but sound quality, so forth. Okay, so we are streaming. Getting ready to pick up from Lou. Oh, Jono beat Yuri. Interesting. Okay, I'm a dive in it. Pull up, drink, big shot, drink, sit down, drink, stand up, drink. Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings. But I have 0% dropped frames. That's really interesting. Becca, you watching? Who's currently active? Becca? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. That's weird. Oh, now I hear you. Are you watching the stream? It says it's unstable. Interesting. Could you turn off... Oh, right. Could you turn off your video? It says encoding overloaded. Consider turning down video settings. So let's, I don't know, try and watch a battle. Did Gavin lose? Ooh, I want to stream Dave soon. Ooh, I want to stream Dave. Do I want anyone on commentary? Or do I do it just me? Can you hear me speaking in Twitch, Becca?
Yeah.
Cool. Everyone's good? Everyone's good. I will auto-host. I'm going to pop out the chat. I'm going to auto-host you eventually. I'm just going to watch this game that Billa played, see how it went. Maybe they have game 3 open. Okay, so Scarf Lele, CD Veltal, Scarf Focus Blast Lele. Not the most common move. The Coco's Z instead of Specs on this team. Pretty sure it was Specs originally, so it takes free knockout. The Ogre's not Scarf. Liz locked into Focus Blast. You just double a Kyogre, right? Like, oh. I died. Okay, game's over. 2-turn game. Boom. Bottles and I want you all from. All the girls wanna play. Wait, you could watch me like going through that game, right?
Like, it's obviously there's lag, but like, yeah.
Oh, there's a pretty big delay.
Yeah.
Hey guys, how you all doing? Who's left? It's Sanvi versus Mizumi, and then I'll take over. Then we'll do all of round 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then all of Top Cut. We're going in this one for the long haul. Maybe I can get some OUers. Does anyone want OUers to commentate? Some VGC doubles. Gonna get Sabella and no, Cedamos is somewhere else. Also French. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Test. Da, 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 Takana you.
Nick says your mic is quiet.
My mic is quiet? Interesting. Thank you, friend. We will turn my mic up a bit. Am I doing better? Is this better sound? I'm having trouble with my camera for some reason, so I can't stream my beautiful face. Oh, there we go. I'm back. Hey guys. Not sure what I did that worked, but it worked. So we did it. Is the video quality good? Yes. Lightcore, what's up? Cool. I know, dude. I just got a haircut. Think it looks pretty fresh. Feeling excited, feeling ready to commentate this tournament. Becca, could you put the link in Lou's chat? And then I'm gonna go. Thank you. Hey James, how you doing? Hey man. Okay, is round 3 started yet, or? Ah, no, wrong scene. Wrong scene. I don't want you guys to watch my PTCGO. Terrible layout. Oh, it's atrocious. No way. If one of you guys could drop the link to my Twitch in Lou's chat, that would be fantastic. It's making my computer lag a little. I'm glad. Okay, round 3 started. Round 3 started. What are we gonna do? Okay, no, please, yes, just go to the match. Let's see what we got. Let us see what we got. Lou was a lot nicer Oh, she linked it. Nice. I am just being excessive because I like it when people know who I am. Okay. I know Taka na you versus Billa. But Billa's 1-1. I know Taka is was 2-0. So maybe that's a pair down. Um is Dave 2-0? Desu. Where is he? Kind of want to stream Dave. I know Yuri's 1-1, I think. I think Yuri's 1-1. Pato, Junio versus Mizumi. Dave versus Kinugawa. Easy choice. Easy choice. Okay. So Kinugawa is insane. And I think everyone who's in my chat should know who Dave Cañeta is. Oh, Bill is 2-0. Fantastic. Good for him. But I'm definitely streaming Dave versus Kinugawa. There's literally no debate. Kinugawa is an absolute monster. The last time we saw him on one of my streams, he was using competitive Gothitelle in, I think, top 16. Or he might have... The last time I watched Kinugawa, he was fighting in a Sun Series tournament, and he was using Rocky Helmet Incineroar. To specifically beat people like Cartana and like fake out from opposing Incineroar. It was absolutely insane. With Lunala, it was a really cool team, and I think everyone in this chat should know who Dave is. Dave is one of the best, is arguably the best 2017 player with 2 seconds at 2 internationals and a host of results from 2018 to follow it. He's genuinely one of the, in my opinion, one of the best players in the world. And so Kinugawa has brought something a little bit strange. So Dave seems to have the standard, Ashton, Jeremy team, Xerneas Lunala. But Kinugawa's got Feeney on his, Feeney and Lele on his Lunala Kyogre team, which is weird, because, like, I understand Lele. Lele makes sense, but Feeney is pretty uncommon, and Dave's just gonna Z the Lunala through Protect, sure. Z moves are... What? Okay. Sure. Okay. I'm very confused so far. So it's Safeguard, Ally Switch Lele, Trick Room Lunala, and it's max speed Lele, right? It's faster than the Smeargle. Dave seems to just be in a really commanding position, so he has the ability to just go for Follow Me. Smeargle is one of the best Lunala counters because it makes it so that Lunala can't use... Smeargle Lunala is really good against Lunala because Smeargle gets to Follow Me the ghost type attacks for free. So that forces Lunala into going for psychic attacks. So you can, punish those with a read. If you want to go for, spiky shields and just attack with your Lunala, it really puts a ton of pressure on Lunala players to be fighting against Smeargle Lunala. And yeah, see, there is the psychic move. Lele goes for Ally Switch, protecting the Lunala. Strong play from Kinugawa. I find that a lot of people use Ally... I personally like to use Ally Switch just once the first time, because a lot of people will... And when I'm fighting against Ally Switch, I like to target down the same Pokemon twice, because a lot of people will like Ally Switch and then not Ally Switch, and so I think that was like really strong from Kinugawa. And he gets the Z off after killing the Smeargle, so this is happening. His sets get more wild. Okay, so Xerneas didn't protect. So Dave does have a chance to win this game if Kinugawa doesn't have Haze or Amoonguss, or if he doesn't have Haze Feeney in the back or Amoonguss in the back. I feel like if Kinugawa has either of those options, the game should be over. But something like maybe a sub Xerneas that takes a clear. No, because you just water move with Kyogre and then clear Smog, and Xerneas never really gets a sub off. And yeah, there's a Tapu Fini. Isn't going to be Misty Seed. Does reduce his own Lunala's damage and switches it into Dazzling Gleam. Dave just won. No, Kinugawa. That's so bad. That was so bad. Oh. He tried to read. So the problem with that play, so turn 6, Kinugawa tries to read, assumes that Dave only has Moonblast on his Xerneas because it's the Ashton team, and then goes for the Psyshock, predicts the Moonblast to go into the Fini or into the, probably predicts it to go into the Lunala. Dave just Gleams, picks up the double knockout on turn 7. Kinugawa didn't have Protect on his Fini, so he couldn't even Protect turn 7 to make it so that Dave would have to Gleam on turn 8. And Kinugawa just got rolled. The switch into Fini was bad because not only did it like leave himself open to a read from Dave, it also meant that he reduced his own Psyshock damage. So I think that in that position, I would have vastly preferred a Protect from the Kyogre, but Kinugawa wanted to set up his Haze. And if Kyogre protects and Xerneas protects, and then Dave Moonblasts when Trick Room ends, then Lunala gets killed for free. But then Fini comes in for free and you get to Haze. Yeah, I think Kinugawa threw. But I'm not entirely sure. I feel like that was just not great from Kinugawa after the really insane first couple of turns. And now he's leading off with the Fini, which is also weird because you would expect Fini to be one to use to beat the Xerneas, based on the way he used it before. But it's not. So just setting up terrain for his Lunala. Dave's just gonna, drop the Z, get the crit for 50%. Not sure that really mattered, and yeah, now you just double down on the Amoonguss. Pyappa takes the attack. Snarl coming out from the cat. That's probably gonna win Dave the game. I don't think Kinugawa has a good response to this. I really like Snarl and Sonora as an adaptation in Moon Series. I feel like, yeah, so this game happened. But Snarl and Sonora is really good because it messes up Lunala in a way that Knockoff and Sonora really couldn't, especially when Lunala's Z really often now. And so I like Dave's choice to just Z Lunala through the Protect to say, you're not going to get your Shadow Shield. And then he can just click Snarl every turn. Kinugawa set up Misty Terrain for Dave, and Dave just punishes the switch-ins. Moongeist Beams the Kyogre switch-in. I'm not sure I like that. I think I would have preferred a Psyshock. I think Kyogre is slow because he set a Trick Room for it. It might be specs, but I don't think so. Andres, that's not exactly true. You can be Scarf Kyogre with Trick Room, but you have to. But he doesn't have a second sweeper. He doesn't have anything else he's setting up Trick Room for. And that's another cool adaptation. Foul Play Amoonguss to do massive amounts of damage to Lunala. That would do 30% when it breaks Shield, and it does 60% after Shield's broken. That's insane. The game should still be over. Except the Incineroar is not slower than the Kyogre, and the Kyogre is not Z. It's not Berry, so I think it's Iron Ball. Um, no, on this team you want faster Kyogre, faster Incineroar. So it's not necessarily Iron Ball. We can't deduce that. It could be Mystic Water. I haven't done my calcs, but yeah, switching out the Incineroar there just makes a ton of sense because you really don't want to get spored. You don't want to get scalded. I feel like there's a bunch of good reasons for that play. And now Xerneas is just going to go to sleep as well. Did the wrong player win each game? Kinugawa's going to get to set up Trick Room again, and yeah, he's going to bring in Feeny at the same time. Xerneas has no way to stop this Trick Room, and it's just up for free. Okay. So now it's a question of whether Dave can last through these turns of Trick Room. So this Incineroar switch is really good from Dave. Gives him a chance for a second Fake Out. Feeny hazes for some reason to get rid of the Moody boosts from Smeargle. I don't think it got evasion, but there was defense boosts, and so Smeargle really, could take the Psyshocks theoretically. I think I would have preferred to see some damage, but Haze isn't terrible. And I like the Psyshock, just pressuring the Smeargle. This Kyogre switch in seems a little suspect. Oh, it's for the Muddy Water, which KOs. And unfortunately, Dave's going to hit that 3-turn sleep with the Xerneas. So here, you need to not Geomancy. You need to wake up. You need to Fake Out. And then you need to not Geomancy because it's the penalty. Because there's... Dave, what are you doing? Dave, what are you doing? Next game. I think that this was really well played by Kinugawa, taking advantage of the lack of Misty Terrain. That was like the big deal for me here, was that Misty Terrain was set up early, which like weakened the Amoonguss, but then that set it up perfectly so that on the penultimate turn of Trick Room, Amoonguss was in, able to spore, and Dave hadn't like taken precautions around the Amoonguss because the Misty Terrain was up, and so Kinugawa really masterfully managed his terrain to make sure that things were able to go to sleep when he wanted them to. I think that was really well done. Going into game 3, I want to see Dave just not mess it up. It felt like Kinugawa messed up game 1, and then it felt like Dave messed up game 2. I mean, Dave also just like got like full turn sleeps with his Smeargle and his Xerneas. When you get max turn sleeps with like both of the Pokemon that can put to sleep, there's really no way to win. If your opponent trades 2 turns for 6, you're kind of just screwed. What do I want Kinugawa to do? I want to lead Lunala. I liked the Lunala Feeny lead, I felt. I think that was strong. But I think I might want to see something tank the Maelstrom. I might want to see Lunala Feeny with Lunala switching into Amoonguss turn 1. That doesn't allow you to set Trick Room, but I think that like once you burn the Z, you feel a lot safer. And if Dave just doesn't Z through the Protect turn 1, things could be a lot different. But we're just gonna see Lunala and Incineroar from Desu and Lele Lunala this time from Kinugawa. It makes me wonder what he doesn't have in the back. Maybe you bring Kyogre here because Kyogre is just too good. And you need it to beat Xerneas and Incineroar. I think you bring Amoonguss Mon 4 I think Amoonguss Mon 4 is correct. The difference between this and Game 1 is that Dave led Incineroar, and Dave Maelstrom's the Lele, not the Lunala, predicting the ally switch maybe. I'm going to get the Snarl off, but that's just going to lead to Kinugawa having a free switch in to Kyogre. I think that was really greedy from Dave. I don't think Maelstroming the Lele was correct there. I think that there was no reason to Maelstrom the Lele. If nothing else, you can just Moongeist Beam the Lele. That'll put Lunala into Snarl range. I'm like 90% certain. It might not. It might not. Yeah, no, that might not. Okay, Zing Lele was fine if he read the ally switch, but Kinugawa just reads Dave reading the ally switch and gets to knock out the Incineroar and almost a Smeargle for it. Does he knock out the? Does not. Burns the Z into the Smeargle's normal typing. Going to be quite frustrating for Kinugawa, but does have a very strong control of this game. Going into next turn, Dave should probably switch in. I'm not sure what Dave's going to switch in, but no matter what he switches in, Kinugawa has a 50-50, at least a 50-50 to win the game. And having a 50, and Dave has a 50-50 to lose the game. So Kinugawa should be, in the driver's seat for the rest of this. Dave definitely has a shot to take it, right? He just has to predict Kinugawa correctly maybe 3 times. So there's the Xerneas. If Kinugawa goes for Water Spout and Dave goes for Follow Me, game's over. Period. No question about it. If Kinugawa goes for Scald on the Xerneas and Psyshock the Xerneas, Smeargle goes for Follow Me, then Xerneas takes 40% from the -1 Psyshock and Psychic Terrain. And that should... And then there's another turn of Trick Room. There's a Scald, and Dave went for the Wide Guard. That's not okay. There was no reason. I think Kinugawa was always going to push there with the double single targets because he always gets 40% on the Xerneas. And Smeargle's not doing anything there. So I really would have expected to see that type of double up from Kinugawa. And Dave, just hopes, maybe he Wide Guards, and if he does, I have a chance to win. Didn't. Maybe just Water Spouts, Wide Guards, he has a chance to win. And, Mungus in the back was going to make this pretty difficult regardless. That's what I was kind of expecting. It felt like he didn't do too much, but really solidly played from Kinugawa. Payapa, Foul Play, Mungus seems like a really good tech going into Moon Series, considering how strong our Moon God is. So let's see what's going on with the rest of the bracket. Apparently, I've won my match. Let's check out Billa's game. Thanks for the host, Luduvan94. Appreciate it. No voices. Okay, so we are going to watch Billa versus Takanayu. Both seem to be running out of time going into this first turn. Will they be able to pick? They do seem to have picked things, and they both seem to have picked things that aren't their first Pokemon. So this is a choice that they've made. And they both led Incineroar or Koko. It's a good choice. Incineroar Koko is a very good lead. Somewhat like the Koko Arcanine lead of 2017, but instead with Incineroar. I'm going to check this guy's page, see what his Twitter is. His Twitter handle is @Takanayu. Okay, so I've never heard of him before. He's 2-0, so he can't be that bad. And they're both taking a bunch of time on this turn. What could you be thinking? Like, I don't know. These positions are really awkward, especially because Billa is physical Koko. We saw that it was Wild Charge. earlier. Maybe not for you guys, but I got to see that as wild charge. I just opened his games, and gets the correct fake out and volt switch. We noticed that Billa did have the slower Incineroar. So that fake out was a little bit ballsy, um, but gets rewarded for it. Here, I'm expecting to see Taka go for the volt switch on the Incineroar and protect with the Xerneas, getting their own Incineroar, get the fake out for the potential Geomancy. Mm. Yeah. Oh, doesn't even protect the Xerneas, just thinks that the Intimidate will be enough. I'm not sure that that's the case. Potential Flare Litzels Precipice Blades is going to be a bunch of damage. There's the Blades. Never mind. That is no damage. A burn here would be really good for Billa, but he doesn't manage to get it. So here is a really strong position for Taka. Boosted Xerneas at 50%. It's really strong. But based on that damage from Billa's Groudon, it's pretty specially defensive. So it might be able to take this. If we look at the damage, if Groudon's able to cycle itself out and come back in on a non-intimidated slot, like it's trying to do right now, it might be able to take the knockout from here. But Billa's going to get punished hard for trying to set that up. And, Taka can just sack his Koko. So here, I'm expecting Billa to Swords Dance. I'm pretty sure his Groudon has Swords Dance, and the only way he beats Protect Xerneas, switch into Koko is by going for Swords Dance here. So I think you just have to do it. You Oblivion Wing the Incineroar slot for extra heal, and you Swords Dance, and you hope Xerneas protects. Because if Xerneas doesn't protect, you... Oh. Well... Okay. And he Bladesed. And missed. So he lost anyway. I guess I was wrong, but I feel like that was, like, over-aggressive from Taka. I guess in Taka's mind, he's thinking, okay, I go for the Gleam, kill the Yveltal, Ground takes a bunch of chip, and then I just have Lunala in the back for free, and I get Intimidate on the Koko and the Groudon. He probably knows it's Wild Charge. And yeah, gets rewarded for solid play and, daring Billa to hit his Precipice Blades. You use Precipice Blades, you live by Precipice Blades, you die by Precipice Blades. It happens. I also don't think that... Yeah, Dave lost, right? Yeah. Ally Switch is silly. How you doing, Dave? 2-1's not bad. You can still do this. So the last game is S. Flynid versus Sasan VGC. It wasn't a 50-50, Megan. The problem was that Kinugawa just gained so much by not playing the 50-50 that, like, Water Spout, the only thing Water Spout does is slightly more damage, but Scald did enough. So you always Scald there because you get value out of the Scald even if it goes for Follow Me. So I think that I think that the Wygar was just bad. Wait, it's Wish? Oh, you're saying, oh, what if you wish? No, it's kind of silly. It's way too much setup. Yeah, no, it wasn't Wish. He's just saying, what if you have Wish? Like if you, so it turns out if you wish and then ally switch, it actually heals the Pokemon you ally switched into, which is kind of cool. But I know some people were doing that in Alphabet Cup, which was this doubles OU side tour, where you could only use one letter for, you could only use one move that started with each letter. And so it was like your A slot gets taken. There aren't that many good A moves, so ally switch is pretty good. And there aren't that many good W moves. And S is really full of good moves, so you can run Chansey with Wish, ally switch as opposed to soft foiled, which is really not that bad. I don't think Lele learns Wish. Mods aren't asleep. If the mods aren't asleep, you don't riot. So Mogar is 3-0. That's pretty impressive. I'm looking into watching that. Nurumayu. I'm really interested in seeing what Japanese people have, because I know Mogar tends to use weird stuff, but it's not necessarily weird stuff that's like transferable. Kinugawa's weird stuff, I think, is like a bit more fundamentally is a bit more fundamentally strong. I'm interested in seeing like what Japan has on this format. Marco Fierro seems to still be. No, he lost to Ashton. I do want to see what Ashton has. But Nurumayu's on my radar as one of the few 3-0s we haven't seen, unless we saw him before. Junio, I think, is also 3-0. I would expect Junio to be 3-0. Only has him down. Yeah, so Junio beat Mizumi. So I want to watch like a bunch of Japanese people. Mogar, is your weird stuff good, or is it just weird in this tournament? Please stop rioting. It's not even funny. I don't. It's no joke there. The joke is I am saying stupid things, and then you get muted. Yeah, they told me acabo. Sasan told me acabo de terminar. So, which forgive my terrible, atrocious accent, but they told me they were about to finish. So, oh, you think it's good? Okay, we can put Mogar on. Junio is a good Japanese player for sure. We know Junio is good. Nurumayu might be good, which is interesting. So how was your guys' Christmas? Merry Christmas, guys. And Happy New Year. I'm excited to see what 2019 brings. Once Moon Series is done, I'm kind of scared of this. Kind of scared of this whole Z move thing. I think Z moves might make the games like a bit too high tempo to be as fun as they were in Sun Series. Okay, y'all are cool. We've round 4. It hasn't been generated yet. Yo, Chuppa, if you're watching, oh, an Animus. Think he's 2-1 now? Fun teams are good. It helps you stay interested in the format. Um, yeah, I'm kind of scared about Moon Series. I am not sure that it's going to be that great. Sun Series, like the damage potential on any given turn is raised dramatically in such a way that I am worried that things will be less fun. Okay, I'm gonna just generate round 4. Okay, round 4 is up. Oh, I yeah, I guess I shouldn't have done that. If someone was dropping. Let's see what we got. Battlefie's taking a while to load, but we'll have something interesting. Yeah, the problem with using Zern's Fairy Z is then you have a Zern that has Fairy Z. Ooh, good luck, Nick. Marco Fiora versus Poke Alex is pretty cool. That is interesting. But we're watching. Oh no, we just watched Taka Nayu. Ashton versus Mogar. Yep, that's correct. We'll make activity a little bit long just so we have a nice time. Ashton got the 4Ks correct number, optimal. Feels like sometimes you want to just like stop at 3 because of the tempo, but then you remember that that's the name of a racist organization. So 4Ks is really good. Like KK feels like a bit not long enough, but KKKK is like a bit too long. I don't know. Ashton's like optimal though, as he often is. Mm. Cool. Game's open. Okay, cool. This is interesting. This is very interesting. So we guess the sets. Coco has Discharge. Empoleon is Aqua Jet, Liquidation. Um, I've tried I've tried Empoleon with my friend group, and it didn't work. There wasn't enough stuff going on. There wasn't enough damage that Empoleon did, and it didn't have enough bulk. Um, Even when you ran AV, it always felt like it needed Protect and like the special bulk. And there's no Seed on Mogar's team. So I'm not sure what's doing. The double steel cure in black thing, I kind of like. They only get Steel Wing, which is even worse. The double steel cure in black thing is interesting. I tried a bunch of cure in white earlier in Sun Series. Um, Problem with cure in white is that it doesn't do enough to Kyogre to really like work with Ho-Oh. But the problem with Ho-Oh is that it's bad and doesn't do anything. And so you kind of just you don't lose to Xerneas, but you don't beat Xerneas either. I guess it's trying to take advantage of like the number of Xerneas, and so Ashton's just going to go for Fake Out Geomancy. I think that's fine. Okay, it's not fine. Game might be over. Turn 1. Whirlwind Ho is pretty scary. It means it deals with Xerneas in a bit more of an active way, because Xerneas that Geomancies is actually a little bit like positive against Ho-Oh because it just rips through the rest of the team while it gets protected. So Empoleon's going to protect on the Z move. So it is protect Empoleon. And but Ashton does get the sleep on the Ho-Oh. And now he's going to be able to switch his targets. So the Spore goes into the Empoleon, the Psyshock goes into the Ho-Oh. And we need to see how much damage that'll do, because that'll really determine the ability of Ashton to win the rest of the games. Win the other two games. I don't think Ashton has much of a chance left in this game. Lunala's going to have to put in way too much work. One thing I'm looking at is Lunala, if it has Psych Up, psyching up the Smeargle to clean out this game. Smeargle's getting boosts, and oh, okay. This is interesting. So Ashton's decided, instead of trying to boost the Smeargle, he's going to go for a second Geomancy with the Xerneas, which doesn't seem that bad, and gets the solid Moongeist Beam on the Coco switch in, because Mogar didn't want to get Lovely Kissed on his grounded Pokemon, which makes sense. And it's not Psych Up anymore, it's Tailwind. Okay, and the Ho-Oh's Tailwind. So Ho-Oh's Tailwind stabs. Is it stabs? Does this Ho-Oh have Brave Bird? Yeah, it probably is Brave Bird. Instead of Toxic. No, I think it has Toxic. Nice crit. Nice knockoff. It did nothing. Did no damage. Ferrothorn blows. I was gonna say Ferrothorn seems like it's almost alright, but it's so garbage always. Such a terrible Pokemon. It has a lot of more bulk than Kartana, though, which actually might be relevant this format. The Z moves that come with Moon Series are really scary. Well, it is Sacred Fire. The question is whether it has Brave Bird or Toxic. Ho doesn't have too much Spadef, but Ashton's just taking way too much damage to be able to win this game, I don't think. Okay, it is Brave Bird. Cool. It's Safety Goggles. to prevent Amoonguss from redirecting the Whirlwind. That makes sense. That makes sense. And Empoleon's gotten in, now it's threatening an Aqua Jet on the Incineroar. It's threatening a Liquidation on the Incineroar because Incineroar is slower than it, or at least it should be. Ho is getting knocked out though, so there's a... Y'all saw that, right? Y'all saw that, right? It wasn't just me. Like, everyone else saw this too. But this is actually a really good position for Mogar, especially if it's Liquidation Aqua Jet. Aqua Jet here into the... It's not Liquidation Aqua Jet. It's... Or it's Liquidation, but he didn't go for Aqua Jet if he has it. That Moongeist Beam did a solid amount of damage, but not enough. I think I might have preferred to see a Tailwind come out from the Lunala so that it could outpace the Coco. Because here something like Dazzling Gleam is going to be really strong. Or just Thunderbolt Liquidation. Thunderbolt the Lunala, Liquidation the Lunala. Because Smeargle can't do anything. And I don't think Incineroar coming in is enough to win this game. This is a very interesting team. What am I expecting Ashton to do in Game 2? In Game 2, we know the Ho-Oh doesn't have recovery, so it seems like Tempo Lunala is really strong. Something like Smeargle Lunala lead seems like it'll be able to do a ton of work. Okay, so it continues to go for Liquidation, so maybe Empoleon doesn't have Aqua Jet. Maybe it doesn't want to reveal it. But if it's a revealing thing, I think Ashton can, in fact, win this game. Here I'm expecting to see something like a Fake Out into the Empoleon and a Dazzling Gleam. I think he has an Empoleon matchup, Justin. Like, as long as you Flare Blitz the Ferrothorn, you're fine. Oh, wait. Oh, he fakes out to activate the Iron Barbs to get his berry back. Brilliant play from Ashton. Oh, it was so smart. I was just starting to think about what the Coco would do to the Incineroar. And if this Coco is not Z-move, or Specs, and I don't know what Coco's damage looked like, that's not enough. That's going to be game for Ashton, it looks like. Yeah, there you go. The Empoleon didn't have Aqua Jet, and Mogar got super punished for that. So Whirlwinding out the Xerneas, didn't do anything because Mogar really couldn't deal with the Lunala in the mid game. Wow, really well played from Ashton. I think the Empoleon not having Aqua Jet is just like the thing that really turned this game for me. Because if Empoleon had Aqua Jet, the game was over. I think the turning point might be turn 7 when Empoleon Sword Stances as opposed to pushing damage into the Lunala, maybe? I don't know how much it would do with Liquidation, but if it would do 30%, which seems reasonable. The Z move was on the Lunala. It activated early. Hey, Roll. How you doing? I think the Z move is on the Kyurem. Smeargle Xerneas. Strong lead from Ashton. Oh, maybe this is a Coco. No, it can't have... If it had Discharge, it would have gone for it. Surely. Surely you go for Discharge on the last turn of last game. Let's... Oh, no, the game's starting. Zernius protects, Miracle protects, strong, you want to burn the fake out, you want to see what Coco's doing. It is discharge. They didn't go for it at the end of the last game. What's up with that? I feel like Mogar really should have thought about his paralyzed chances. Like, oh, if he went for protect. Also, turn 10, he should have just protected the Ferrothorn, like, very clearly. Protecting Ferrothorn on turn 10 wins Mogar the game, so I think that's, like, the massive misplay. Unless this Ferrothorn's choice banned, which, maybe. Geomancy's up. But Raichu should be able to knock out the Smeargle. Raichu's probably Focus Sash. Ho's going to get the Whirlwind off. So here I would want to see Ashton go for Protect with the Smeargle and Dazzling Gleam. I feel like getting the preserving your Focus Sash on Smeargle would be really nice right here. I don't know if the Coco's AV, but Ashton decides to follow me, and he's Moonblast, so he doesn't have Dazzling Gleam. Smeargle gets knocked out, and I don't know. I don't like that follow me unless he wants to go into precisely Incineroar Lunala here, which is a pretty strong position. But Raichu has Protect, so you fake out the Ho-Oh, you Tailwind. Raichu's Protect doesn't matter. And now you get to go for a Psyshock knockoff into the Ho-Oh slot, because we know Ho-Oh's Tailwind, Whirlwind, Brave Bird, Sacred Fire, because Mogar revealed that. That should do enough damage. You could also just Z the Ho-Oh. You could also try and KO the Raichu. It does go for the knockout on the Raichu. Gonna get punished for that by a double protect coming out from the Raichu. I feel like that was a really good chance to push damage into the Ho-Oh, but Ashton wants to protect his board, thinks that the Raichu is going to go for an attack, which is not unreasonable. And Mogar correctly capitalizes by getting the double protect. Ashton might not have been able to KO the Ho-Oh anyway. I don't recall how much Moongeist Beam did, but Z would probably knock it out. Ooh, protects, but the Thunderbolt goes into the Cat. Cat U-turns, fine. Smart play from Mogar, putting the damage into the slot that can't protect. I'm not sure I liked the switching out of the Ho-Oh, but putting Incineroar down to low HP is really, really strong. Pokemon is threatened when it's at low HP, and so you want to deal 60 to it. I think Ashton could have seen the Coco switching coming and maybe could have pressured a bit harder with the Lunala, but Ashton knows Lunala is probably his key to victory and wants to preserve its HP as much as possible. Here I want to take out the Coco. This is game 2, Dave. Ashton won game 1. Somehow. It was really impressive. Here, I want to see Ashton... I think I want to see him focus down the Ho-Oh. I think focusing down the Ho-Oh is pretty safe. I think you can go for Moonblast, Psyshock. I think that'll knock it out. But Ashton wants to get his Incineroar back in, potentially activate its Berry, wants to intimidate the Ho-Oh so it's not going to do as much damage, and is going to Z the Ho-Oh. Okay. I guess he just knocks it out. It's fine, I guess. And Ashton wins! Huh, who knew? You go for Fake Out on the Coco, you Tailwind. Do you Tailwind? Because Knockoff might KO. Oh, that's going to activate his Berry again? No! Ashton's so bad at mathematics! He didn't count! And it's AV Ferrothorn? What? That's AV, right? I'm not crazy. Specs Coco AV Ferrothorn. That's why I didn't protect game 1. Took no damage. So if I'm Mogar, I think I want to go for the Xerneas because I feel like Lunala's protecting. Mogar does not go for the Xerneas with his Coco. Does he go for the Xerneas with his Ferrothorn? He does not. Goes double into Lunala, which protects to try and make it so that Ashton can double up into the Ferrothorn next turn. But the double up, is it going to KO? It will be enough to knock it out, I believe. And yeah, that's going to be really rough for Mogar to come back from. It looks pretty impossible. I'm not going to lie. If I'm Ashton here, I think I'd Geomancy for the BM. But Moonblast KOs, so he just goes for that. That was a set that happened. Huh. I'm not sure I like the fake out into the Ferrothorn on turn 8. I feel like the Coco is specs, and I feel like we probably should have known it was specs based on damage, but I'm like not familiar with the damage calcs. And I think that Ashton should have gone for something like, fake out the Coco, Moongeist the Coco. I think that knocks out. It might not. I don't know my damage. Like, it's possible the damage was really correct. It's possible that based on damage calcs, it was correct for Ashton to do what he was doing. So back to bracket. Junio, right? Or Kinugawa. Junio. Which Japanese set do you guys want to watch? Junio versus Taka. Oh, that's over. So no point in watching that. So we're gonna watch. I don't know the damage calcs. Fake out Moongeist with KO Coco if it's Spooky Plate, but it's not Spooky Plate. It's Z. So I don't know what the damage is like in Moon series when you don't have an item. Watch Billa. He invited me to. Billa's offline. Interesting. Yeah, we'll watch Kinugawa. We already saw him, but his stuff's cool, and I want to see what the... And he is not online. He's facing Nuramayu. The Ferrothorn was AV. Nuramayu is also not here. That's interesting. He is also offline. What's going on? I guess we'll watch Pato. Yeah, so I think the way that Shota's not playing this time, unfortunately. Hey Tommy, how you doing? So the way this game kind of panned out, the key turn for me, the key kind of set of turns was when Ashton got Tailwind up really safely. The sacrificing of the Smeargle seemed to work out really well. because Incineroar and Lunala got onto the field together and let Ashton go for Fake Out Tailwind, guaranteed. And so I think that Smeargle sacrifice was really smart. My instinct was to preserve the Smeargle. And Ashton got a really big punish on Mogar for sacrificing the Smeargle. So I think that was really smart. Okay, Pato, come on, dude. We'll just message Egrim, who seems to not be online. Great. Oh, Junioichi already won his games. We'll just message Thunder Raikou. Maybe he'll be nice. Oishi beat Kinugawa? Who's Oishi? Nurumayu is Oishi. Okay, so Thunder Raiku's also... Oh ho ho! Wait, he's playing Gavin? Comment is Gavin. It's not cool, Gavin, but I guess it's what you have. Electro Web. So he's running an AV variant. Gavin's got the nice Sludge Bomb Poison, so that's strong. It's down to Incineroar, Venusaur, Koko versus Incineroar, Yveltal. This is game 3. And so that looks like Gavin just wins. That poison seems like it was probably pretty good. I don't think there's... Oh, it's Tailwind. Ooh. Koko switching is interesting. I feel like it was a bit aggressive, but you just go for the only punish is Incineroar Flare Blitzing the Venusaur at the same time, and if Incineroar Flare Blitzes the Venusaur, your Incineroar Flare Blitzes the Yveltal. So I think that it actually wasn't that punishable in retrospect. Zine's not playing, as far as I know. It's hard to tell with Zine. I mean, yeah, we didn't see his name, but we also didn't see his name the other times. So maybe if you guys just check all the Japanese names and check their Twitters, then we'll know if Zine is playing. Jono, how are you doing in this event? Okay, new round. I'm going to just check who's 4-0. It's Jono, Nirumayu, Junio, Ashton. Yeah, for all we know, Zine is Interphone. Yeah, it's, ooh. Okay, chat. Type 1 if you want to see Yuri play Sanvi. Type 2 if you want to see Junio versus Jono. 1 for Yuri versus Sanvi. 2 for Junio versus Jono. Oh, got the 1-2 punch. So, yeah, we'll give the people what they want. We'll give the people what they want. We'll give the people what they want to see. And they want to see. Sorry if I'm a bit loud. Sorry, Tommy. We gotta tweet this out. Hey, Alfredo, how you doing? Okay, if anyone wants to, in my chat, put Google Translate of everything Yuri and Sanvi are saying, I would greatly appreciate it. Okay, so Yuri's team is just a Sun Series team, but with a Z move somewhere. Cristo devo proprietary in streaming, ma cosa per dire diavolo? Tetto, splai, sei 50-50. Ascolti Okay, so, hold up, we're putting this all here. Cool. Okay, and Sammy's just using Torn Ogre. Ogre probably has the Z. What has the Z on Yuri's team? Probably Cortana. That'd be really interesting. Because I don't know how Z Cortana works in this format. I feel like Cortana really wants Assault Vest to be able to actually take a hit from anything. And so I don't know how it works. It either wants Assault Vest or Focus Sash, I think. And so without either, I don't think it's that good. Yeah, Pharaoh Hunt, we showed it up. We put up the Google Translate. Go to yoga. Come on, man. Okay, so Yuri's got Ground Venusaur, which is the that's the flow chart that Nick used against these types of teams. You lead Ground on Venusaur, and then you have like pressure with potentially a Life Orb Stone Edge or with Sleep Powder. Me? Of course I'm not dead. Why would I be dead? Okay, so Yuri just goes for the Precipice Blades. Uh, and gets super punished for it, missing both of them. Um, it was a really strong play from Yuri, but maybe he knows that Sam B doesn't carry taunt on his Tornadus. Um, I feel like Sam B going for something like Smart Strike on the Venusaur plus Tailwind was actually pretty fine. But Yuri preserves his Venusaur. Groudon's going to get the Precipice Blades off this time, going to put Kartana into range for another one, but Groudon's taking Life Orb Chip, and I think Sambi just won with that Tornado switch in. There's Hurricane onto the Serena slot. Serena probably doesn't have Protect. There's Leaf Blade onto the Groudon slot. Groudon definitely doesn't have Protect. So Groudon switching into Venusaur to take the Leaf Blade. Serena gets knocked out. Groudon comes back in. So what do you do here? So maybe you Smart Strike the Groudon. Yeah, just take the knockout. Venusaur switching in. You're fine sacrificing your Kartana if Groudon stays in. So you really just want to put the pressure. You really just want to put the screws to him. And here I think you Smart Strike the Xerneas, but Leaf Blade and Taunt is also acceptable. But Sammy gets punished for it. Gonna lose his Kartana for free. Xerneas is taunted, but Kyogre is asleep from Sambi. So his Xerneas is open to something like a potential double up. I'd like to see Kyogre come in here so Tornadus can Hurricane the Groudon. I'd like to see Sambi then sack his Kyogre, go into Xerneas so he can double up on Yuri's Xerneas. But if you Hurricane the Groudon here and your Kyogre gets knocked out soon, then you get to Geomancy before Yuri gets to Geomancy. So Yuri goes for the double protect with the Groudon, but Sambi just Hurricanes the Xerneas? I don't understand. Kyogre woke up, Scald, Scarf Kyogre. It's Fly Z Tornadus. Interesting. Then yeah, I guess the turn this Hurricane was fine. When was this game lost? This game was lost on the double miss turn. The double miss turn one didn't help. Didn't help one bit, but the turn two blades on the Tornadus switch in and the Serena switch in really lost this game for Yuri. He didn't really have options once that happened. I think he needed to switch out Groudon. He needed his Precipice Blades turn one and then switch out Groudon turn two. Yuri didn't really bring checks to the Kartana, so he lost. Yuri goes with the same game plan, game two. Switches out his Groudon, though. No taunt. And that's the 50-50 that Yuri was preying on game one, was that you can switch in Serena to block the priority taunt from the Tornadus. Now Sambi has Scarf Kyogre or Sleeping Tornadus. So maybe here you go for a Grass Knot and High Jump Kick into the Kyogre slot. I think that should knock it out, and it will knock out the Kartana if the Kartana switches in. Oh, just went for Sleep Powder, but... Oh, and U-turn. Okay. Get the tempo up. That's fine. Makes sense to me. This Venusaur might have HP Fire, looks like. Which will really put pressure on this Kartana and the potential Xerneas coming in. But Tornadus already burned a turn of sleep. Can get Tailwind up this turn if it needs to, if it wakes up. And if it gets Tailwind up, Yuri's in a world of hurt. Especially if Venusaur's Sash is broken. But potential Kyogre switching. Kyogre gets KO'd by Precipice Blades, I think. But if you switch Kyogre in on the Tornadus slot and Leaf Blade the Groudon, I think that KOs because it's Life Orb Groudon. And Yuri probably doesn't have Incineroar in the back. So I think I'd like to see Sambi switch Tornadus into Kyogre, and I think I'd like to see him Leaf Blade the Groudon. I think that's what I'd like to see. It doesn't happen, and Yuri pressures that precise option, Sleep Powdering. But Sambi doesn't go for the Leaf Blade, goes for the Smart Strike. Tanks with the Kartana, though. So maybe Yuri doesn't have Hidden Power Fire? Really smart play from Sambi not to go for that switch into Kyogre. But it is HP Fire Venusaur, so this is you hate to see that. You hate to see that. Not sure it would have mattered though. Like if Sambi switches in Kyogre and Xerneas at the same time, you just Geomancy Water Spout, game's over. This should just be a Hurricane, not a Z. Yeah, there's the Hurricane. And I don't know how Yuri wins anymore. The play here should just be Taunt Water Spout, but I kind of want to see the Z move. And just switches into Xerneas. Very strong from Yuri. Groudon gets a sub up, but so here I want to see Sanvi double the Xerneas, and so I think I want to see Yuri double protect on his Xerneas. Here, if Sanvi goes for... I don't like that taunt. I feel like Z plus Moonblast will KO even if Xerneas gets a Geomancy off first. But set up for letting the Scarf Kyogre come in. Dazzling Gleams. Sanvi tells Yuri to go to hell and really destroy him. Whew. The decisive turn was probably the turn when Yuri didn't HP Fire and Sanvi didn't switch in Kyogre. I think that was really strong. Sanvi got a lot of advantage off of it. Wait, how do you know the Life Orb Groudon doesn't have Protect? Megan. Ashton 4-0. Of course he is. Finished with Jono versus Junio. I need a drink of water, so I think I'm just going to let you all watch. Where is he? This is game 2. And Junio is also running Raghav's team. Everyone seems to be running this team. I'll be right back, guys. Gonna go get a drink of water. My brother gave me this mug back World 16, and I think it's real cute. So, need some water with it. What are you talking about, Dave? It's super cold water, guys. Sorry. Just chilling here with my ice cold beverage. Stay hydrated, folks. You guys all saw what it says, right? It's really cute. Oh, wow. You need a dumpster then. Who do you guys want to watch? Billa, Radium, Matty Moo, Gavin, Pato. Ugh. That was a bulky Kyogre. That was a bulky Kyogre. Who's Catalina wine mixer? Thanks, Lou. I'm just chilling. Oh, thanks, Barris. I'm just chilling right now. I'm ready for next round. Taking a little bit of a break. It's really important to stay hydrated. I love you guys. I know watching me is great. I think this tea dialogue is really important and really good. But it seems like we should be on our way to the next match. Like Clashy is the last one playing, so I'll message him. He is not online. Great. Great. Yeah, I don't see him. Sorry that I can't commentate 3 rounds straight and then not take a break. It's hard sometimes. And really, who doesn't want to watch me eat food? Hey, Gotti, how you doing? You're not playing, right? What's their records? If they're not doing well, I'd just drop them. Yeah, they're both 1-3, so I'd drop them. Ashton is 5-0. We'll just take a screenshot so Chuppa knows they're both 1-3. And that they're both offline. So, what have you guys liked in this tournament so far? I really haven't been impressed by most of the teams. It feels like people aren't really trying anything that innovative. Um, like a lot of people are using that team that um, what's it called? Raghav made. Junio managed to beat Jono despite Jono beating Gavin earlier in the tournament using the same six. So, and what's Jono's take on the sets? And Thunder Raikou was using the same six. Ooh, U-turn there? I don't know. Ludicolo switches out. Junio can double the Ludicolo slot, but it's into Lele because Ludicolo has Protect Tailwinds. Interesting. Not the old AV set. Fake out, but there's Psychic Terrain. Moonblast, okay, fine. And Groudon comes in for free. Switched out the Incineroar. Tech Rage went into the cat. That's fine. Because Precipice Blades was really threatening. Cat comes in. Voltol gets Moonblasted. Strong. Now you should just fake out Tailwind. Which he does. Knocks the Ogre. Double into Ludi kills it. Game's it. Round 6, boys and girls. Lads. Friends. I'm really hungry too, I'm sorry. Mm. Do any of you guys see a match you guys want to watch? I'm kind of interested in Springs versus Mizmi. Mogar versus Pato is pretty cool. I don't know who Patrick Ridnor is. Sasan versus Poke Alex is interesting. Yeah, let's put Alex on stream. We haven't seen him yet. Or do we want Koreans? Am I enough of a weeb to not stream Poke Alex? Oh, we want to watch Jono versus Boyd? Is that what? That's also good. If Poke Alex is X1, we'll stream Jono. I think. Oh no, Jono and Boyd are also X1. Tommy wants Springs Mizumi. Anyone else have like a preference? Oh, that's a 2-3 match. Cool. We're watching Poke Alex. And we will also message Sasan. Alex got us. Nice. Okay, these teams are really cool. So, those are the same 6 Zelda had. And it's the account that I think I'm on. So, that's interesting. But Zelda's not playing. Okay. So Coco's really good against Yveltal teams. We're putting Poke Alex on. We've shown a bit of Taka Na Yu before, and we haven't seen Alex at all. So even though Taka Na Yu is fighting Marco Fierro, that sucks, Springs. I'm sorry. So expect to see Poke Alex bring Coco, and so the two best Poke. If you have fairies on your team, you tend to be good against Xerneas teams because Xerneas against Yveltal teams, because Yveltal teams have a hard time beating fairies, and you want to bring Yveltal to games. So I expect to see Alex bring Xerneas and Coco. I think they'll both do pretty well here. They beat Yveltal. They're pretty good against Incineroar. If you get boosts, they beat Feeny, Kartana. Xerneas and Coco can do a lot of work here. Adding on to that, I expect to see Incineroar. Incineroar is pretty good because it helps beat the Kartana, it helps beat the Amoonguss, it helps provide control. And then I might want to see Crobat, but I also might want to see Groudon. Groudon just putting out damage is fine, but I think you could go Coco Crobat or Xerneas Crobat with Incineroar Coco in the back, and I think you'd be fine. Just use your Crobat to beat their Xerneas and your Xerneas to beat everything else. From Sasan, I might want to see him drop Yveltal, but it's so important how you beat like Groudon and stuff. So I think Incineroar Xerneas is fine. Tailwind here, Moonblast into the Protect, Flare Blitz, U-turn into the Protect. This game looks over to me. No, Alex. See, Incineroar is roaring here. It doesn't have roar. Okay, interesting. I'm very confused now. Okay, so maybe the Amoonguss is red card. So you protect and taunt the Amoonguss. Okay, you Brave Bird it to activate the red card if it has it. And safety goggles, okay. And now you taunt the Amoonguss. It's really hard to deal all your damage with Xerneas, especially when you're at only at +1 because of the Moonblast special attack drop. I think Moonblast is a little bit too strong of a move. The fact that it's 95 base power when most similar moves are 90. In fact, it has a 30% chance of activating its secondary effect. I think both push it like a little bit over the edge of what's too strong. If I was in charge of Pokemon, I would nerf it to like 90 and then give it a 20% chance lower special attack. Coco switch in makes sense because Clear Smog is the threat and not... and so Brave Birding doesn't do much because it probably activates the berry, so you switch into Coco to prevent the spore, and Coco's more active. And it is Coco in the back. I was right on that. And yeah, you get like a bit more extra chip. But now that Xerneas has lost its boost, I think this is going to be hard for Alex to win. The Gleam damage is really solid, though. Might be enough to... activates the berry on Incineroar. That's going to be a little bit unpleasant. But since Crobat's at neutral, it's potentially possible that Dazzling Gleam and Brave Bird knock out the Incineroar without knocking out the Crobat. And that would be really fantastic. But he goes for Brave Bird onto the Kartana. That's probably going to mean that this Crobat's gone. And once the Crobat's down, I don't know how Alex is going to deal with the Xerneas. Xerneas is really strong, and it has Geomancy, and there's an Amoonguss to back it up. I don't know what Alex does. Oh, it's getting a little dark out. How's this look, guys? A little bit better? Yeah, I like it. So here I want to gleam with the cocoa. Ooh, discharge. Okay. Okay. When Coco volted Incineroar, did 35%. Moonblast on the Incineroar did 41 to 40. I can't tell if the Incineroar is Assault Vest. Alex probably has Groudon, not Incineroar in the back. It's Kartana in the back. Okay, and it's Z Coco with Z Discharge. It's Bloondoon. Z Thunder? Game should just be over, right? You just gleam the Sacred Sword. If you Gleam, that knocks out the Coco. The Coco has Protect. So Gleam gets punished by Coco protecting. Sacred Sword KOs the Kartana. You have Mungus in the back. Mungus Kartana versus Xerneas. Discharge Coco, not in terrain. Your Kartana is a Z. I don't know how much. Okay, there's the Gleam. Coco didn't protect. Kartana Sacred Swords for some reason. Because it needs to not get knocked out. But yeah, Xerneas just cleans up. Okay, so Alex lost. How did Alex lose? Alex lost because he didn't play aggressively enough. Alex lost because he protected on turn 3. That was the really bad play. So Alex protected on the Clear Smog, on the Clear Smog, but Sasan switched in the Incineroar to pressure the Xerneas with the Fake Out Clear Smog on turn 4. Sasan also was able to scout out for the safety goggles on the Crobat or a potential Lumberry. So I think that was the turn that really went south for Alex. He didn't do damage with his Xerneas when it was a +2, I don't think. So the Moonblast special attack drop didn't really do anything. But yeah, this turn 3 is where this really went south. Except for this perfect turn 4. I think Alex could have gone for the... could have, punished the turn 4 play a lot better. So I think Alex could have gone for the double protect there, which is 30% to just win the game instantly. And his Xerneas is always getting faked out, always getting clear smogged there. So I don't think there was a good enough reason not to double protect. If I was told you that on turn 1, you would have a 33% chance to win the game immediately, I cannot think of a single player that wouldn't take it. You just get so much out of going for double protect there. And Brave Bird. I guess switching in Coco is fine because it stops the Spore. The Amoonguss has Clear Smog, though. It's on the Yveltal team. And I don't think Sasan's going to play into the taunt that you've revealed or the Coco in the back. So I think just double protecting there with the Xerneas is fine. The only punish to double protecting is when you get put to sleep and haven't burnt to sleep turn. You haven't burnt to sleep turn anyway. I really don't like that not double protecting. No, that was game 1. Game 2 started. My bad. Xerneas protects. Garbatail wins. But Sasan looks like he's doubling the Crobat. That's going to be a really strong turn for him. Incineroar comes in, Xerneas Geomancies. Incineroar didn't fake out, so looks like it went for Flare Blitz into the Incineroar. Very strange play from Alex. And Amoonguss gets in for free. The hell? Did you guys watch those first 2 turns? The turn one is so greedy from Alex. Like, I get that you have to go for it, but it's so greedy. And then, correctly just took a bunch of damage going into this turn. Smart Strike would KO the Xerneas, but Kartana is in Dazzling Gleam range, so Alex is going to go for that Gleam. Going to try and put Amoonguss in range to get knocked out by the Blitz, but with the Intimidate from that Incineroar, not going to be enough. And Amoonguss activates its Berry, so what's AV? I don't know what you're talking about. So here, I think Alex might have had to go for the read, but ooh, if Alex manages to get this Kartana in safely, then could be enough to clean this game up. This Kartana might have Smart Strike plus Moonblast into the Amoonguss will be enough to take it out if Kartana switches into Incineroar. Dazzling Gleam plus Smart Strike might be enough to take it out if Incineroar doesn't switch in, so I think Alex has to win this 50-50. I think it is just like a pure 50-50, because if Amoonguss dies, I think Alex wins. And if Amoonguss... Yeah, but... I don't like the Flare Blitz. I feel like it was a little bit too aggressive. Like, Amoonguss shouldn't switch in there. U-turn is so much better. There's no reason to not U-turn on turn 2. There's Dazzling Gleam. Kartana does not switch out. Will the Smart Strike be enough to knock it out? It's not. Interesting. Huh. Alex still has a chance to win, though, so I really do like the way this play turned out. Now Alex can just go for something like Dazzling Gleam. So Alex has to make a little bit of a read here. So Incineroar is at 60% in the back. It takes not that much from Moonblast. We did not see how much it... Okay, so it took 25% from Dazzling Gleam. So if Alex reads this switch in, this game will be over. Went for the second Geomancy. What a play. No, that's terrible. That was just real bad. What the hell? That was so bad. That punishes nothing. That's never the correct play. What could Alex have been thinking? That's never the correct play. What was he doing? Alex had the read. If he goes for Dazzling Gleam there, he has a chance to win the game. Because Kartana gets to go for it. Because he can Smart Strike. Why did Sasan not fake out the Xerneas? I'm very confused. Well, Sasan won the speed tie. Game's over. Cool. I don't think he forgot. So let's play out what happens if Alex gleams. So Sacred Sword Sacred Sword predicts the Xerneas Protect, hits the Incineroar, Gleam knocks out the Incineroar, Mungus comes in, Smart Strike, Moonblast into the Xerneas, Amoonguss Rage Powders, Geomancy, Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast knocks out. Okay, so you have to... No, I don't think there was a way to win this game anyway. So let's think about this a little bit more. So let's say Incineroar gets knocked out here, right? So on turn 6, we have Amoonguss. Okay. Ooh. Cool. So Amoonguss is going to come back in at 40%, right? It's going to have 40% health in front of a 20% Xerneas and an 80% Kartana, and the Kartana will be at -1. Rage Powder Geomancy after that is 100% free. If Alex goes for Rage Powder Geomancy, because the Incineroar has taken 0 turns of sleep, right? So you can just Moonblast the Kartana slot until you win. Rage Powder Geomancy, your Xerneas takes like 40%, like 45% from the Smart Strike. Maybe it takes a little bit more from the Dazzling Gleam. You get your Dazzling Gleam, and then you just Moonblast the Xerneas, and you take nothing from Alex's Xerneas. So the only way out of this for Alex is to crit a Moonblast. And so I think just hoping for some weird stuff to happen is not the worst thing in the world. This game was kind of lost on the first 2 turns when Alex sacked his Crobat and then did very little with his Geomancy. He did barely any. Well, it was over on turn 5 when Amoonguss got knocked out. Yay, Rage Power. Yeah, Assassin can set up Geomancy. Because you Rage Powder the Xerneas. So Assassin's Xerneas can't get doubled. The Kartana is going to be at -1, right? So Xerneas isn't in range for anything. And then you can just Moonblast the Kartana slot subsequently. No, Kartana doesn't beat Xern, because Kartana's at -1. And Incineroar doesn't have. And Incineroar is asleep, and it's taken 0 turns of sleep. Platypus, just argue with me in Showdown chat. Oh, Bake just said that and left. Great. Dazzle Smart Strike should KO Zern, but Zern Geos. And Moonblast KO, so it's the question of whether Dazzle Smart Strike Dazzle. Oh, knockoff, right. You can knock off. So you go Dazzle, knockoff. You go knockoff, Dazzle, Smart Strike, Dazzle, Dazzle. And that should be enough. Yeah, okay. You're right. I forgot about knockoff. Knockoff should be enough to pick up the win there. Let's check up on Mogar, because his team is wild. So you knock off Dazzle. Maybe Dazzle Moonblast KOs the Kartana. So it's another 50-50. Oh, poor Raichu. Oh, Kyurem came this game. Okay. Nice job, Dave. Zernal's pretty dumb. Raichu goes into Ho-Oh. No sash broken. Strong. Now you Volt Switch the Among Us. Raichu. There's Geos. Whirlwind. Tailwind. Fake Out. Protect. Yeah, Zygarde sucks, Dave. I don't know why you ran it this whole format. It seemed like such an L. Like, you're just gonna use a bad mon and lose a bunch when you use Zygarde. Like, Zygarde just lost to Groudon. Is the problem. Like, for Groudon just blazes through it. Like, oh, ooh, I have a +1 special defense boost. You just die. It's not good. Platypus. Can you get in Showdown chat, please? Are you in the room? Where's Bacon VGC? Oh, cool. Laduvon, just go check in the VGC room. This is a tournament centered stream. Oh, okay. Eslin had already won. So Dave, you don't have to play the last round. You can forfeit and take a break, but I wouldn't trust like course numbers. The only 6-0 is Ashton. Yeah, but you can't go for Smart Strike Platypus because if you go Smart Strike Daz and Xerneas Geomancies from uh, next round. Okay, let's go. Let's go. We're excited. We're ready. Who are we watching? Alex plays Ben build. It's a fine match. Not sure I'm interested in that. Junio versus Nurumayu. I think I want to watch that. We can also watch Boit versus Taka Nayu. If Junio's 5-1, so I don't want to watch any 5-1 matches. Taka Nayu versus Boit seems like the game to watch then. If anyone has any different ideas, let me know. Dazzle Knock Smart Strike is hard to punish. I agree. Dazzle Knock loses to Geo Clear Smog though. I think. Okay. This. Wow. Sorry. Watch your ears. This seems like a really cool match. So Boit's got his Xerneas, got his Lunala Kyogre, like core from earlier with a Charjabug. Not sure what the Charjabug is doing precisely. But it is on the team. So it's doing something. Here, he's exerting a lot of psychic pressure. So maybe I want to see Taka switch Amoonguss into... So I either want to see Taka switch Amoonguss into Incineroar, which hopefully would have Snarl, or I want to... and protect his Xerneas, or I want to... see Amoonguss take by the Payapa Berry. Boit hits the Amoonguss with Psyshock. Double Psyshock going into that Amoonguss. Going to take the free knockout. If Taka had switched into Incineroar there, that would have been a fantastic play, but might not have Incineroar in the back. Might just have Coco. Firmos is probably Z. Might be Poisonium. And here's the probable double into the Xerneas. Xerneas is max speed timid from Taka, but just gets doubled down by the psychic moves. Boit wins the speed tie. so manages to avoid getting his Lunala before it gets to attack. But Kyogre should be able to clean this up. If Taka had managed to win that speed tie, presumptive speed tie, I think Taka would have won the game. But yeah, Lele just breaks the. That's not a Scarf Kyogre. That's not a Scarf Kyogre. Hopefully, yeah, okay. Kartana's enough to take care of business. Scope Lens Kartana. Or, as Boyd would tell you, Razor Claw Kartana. The VGC are not allowed to, you're not allowed to lie to your opponent. It's gamesmanship. It's against the spirit of the game and against the rules. But if you're not running Scope Lens and your opponent says, are you running Scope Lens? You can just say no. If you're running Razor Claw. So yeah, this game felt like it pretty hard came down to the turn 2 speed tie. The turn 1 read and the turn 2 speed tie. And Taka did have Incineroar in the back and just opted not to switch it in for some reason. I feel like, I guess Taka was saying, you're going to double the Xerneas. Amoonguss is going to put in the work. Amoonguss had Hyapa Berry, so it was able to take one of the psychic attacks, but it was not able to take both. And Boy, aggressively targeted down the Amoonguss, said, you're protecting the Xerneas. I know that you don't want... Yeah, and Taka kind of had to, if he wanted to win, because Lunala can't deal enough damage to power through Kyogre and Lele and Lunala, even if one of the Pokemon is put to sleep. So I don't think there was room for Taka to go for Geomancy and Spore safely. Okay, the Pheromosa has Taunt. And Tailwind's up. But Boyd lost Lunala for... So Boyd lost Lunala, but got Tailwind up and got Kyogre in. So what does that mean? Why does the Pheromosa have Taunt? What does Pheromosa having Taunt mean? So one, Boyd's won both speed ties, which, all power to him. But will not be consistent going into Game 3. We'll see what Pheromosa does. Boyd hasn't revealed his Z yet. It might be Z Pheromosa. Maybe Z Poison. But it's Taunt. I don't think you run High Jump Kick Poison Jab, but maybe you do. Maybe that's good coverage in this format. Maybe Taka has Wide Guard on his Lunala. Maybe he doesn't. Seems like he doesn't. It's Throat Chop Pheromosa, gonna have that dark type pressure, but Amoonguss able to hang on through the Water Spout. Gets a foul play off on the Pharaoh. Just 50%. Not bad. But looks like the Amoonguss isn't carrying Grass Knot, which means that Taka's in a really bad position going into this next turn. I don't think Taka has a switch in to Throat Chop plus... I don't think this Pheromosa has Protect. There's no way this Pheromosa has Protect. It's probably Sash or something. Oh no, boy, no. Where'd you go? Boy, you can't leave. You're playing a game. You didn't even say you were interphone. There we go. I think Scarf Kyogre got better with the advent of Moon series, Because I feel like a lot of teams are trying to run Z moves, and Scarfgirl is just like, haha, Z moves, they add to my damage potential. And then just, like, dumps damage all over your opponent's board. Yeah, no, I do think... Wait, is that Specs damage? That should be Specs damage, right? It's Life Orb Pheromosa. It's Life Orb Taunt Throat Chop. Is everyone seeing this? Life Orb. Taunt Throat Chop. Here, if this character is Specs, Lele switch in should win the game. And I think it's Specs based on the damage. But there is no Lele switch in. And Xerneas did go for the Gleam, so it might be possible that Taka wins this game. It is Kartana in the back from Boyd. That's going to be rough. I really don't like Boyd's turn 4 play. I think that switching Kartana in might have been really strong. On the Kyogre slot, I think Taunt... Well, that loses to... So maybe it was a 50-50? Smart Strike. Zern Gleams. Not sure about the Gleam, but maybe it does enough. Ooh, that is rough. I really don't like that Dazzling Gleam there. I think that was a really bad play. I think if Taka had gone for the Moonblast, he would have won. But Taka tried to prepare for the Focus Sash on the Kartana with the Dazzling Gleam, not preparing for the Kyogre to just do the damage because of the Specs. I think that, yeah, no, there's no reason not to just Moonblast the Kyogre there. But Kyogre would have taken. So, guess I'm silly. Well, no, so if you Moonblast the Kyogre, your Xerneas survives. Then you can double the Kyogre with your Incineroar. And Kartana is not at -1, though, so Sacred Sword KOs. So, yeah, Taka just didn't have options. Huh. Charge-a-Bug. It could be Z-Cart. I don't think it is. If you look at the damage, Dazzling Gleam doing 25% to Kartana feels very much like Assault Vest damage. Because that would mean +2 Moonblast is missing the KO. And +2 Moonblast only misses the KO if you go like Assault Vest or like Max Bulk. Okay, so that happened. Who else is X2? You guys okay if I watch Gavin? I kind of want to watch Gavin. Gavin is not on. Or he is. He's just a voice. God damn it. Oh. Back to bracket. Alex won. You guys want to watch Sambi? Sambi already lost. Dave won. Nice. Lunala revealed that it died to Z. So it was not Kebia berry. Is Kebia the right berry? Or is it Kasib berry? It's Kasib berry. There's so many berries, dude. What the hell? Andrea Noza, maybe? It's true. Revealed that it wasn't Sash. Ah, cool. Game's open. So, we already saw what Pato was using. I do love Custap Berry. But let's see what they start. So, Incineroar Coco, Lele Xerneas from Pato. The Coco is shiny for some reason. Lele Scarf. Protect Xerneas, switch into Amoonguss, that's fine. Skydrop on the Amoonguss, Roar on the Xerneas. Wild play here. Then you should go for, ooh, Psyshock on the Incineroar, what a play. And you Spore the Incineroar as well. Oh, what? You didn't even Spore it. You just Clear Smogged. What a madman. Now they'll switch into Incineroar to take the Psyshock, so you Psyshock the Coco anyway, fine. Groudon Z is the Amoonguss, it's fine. Xerneas comes in. Xerneas protects, Psyshock the Groudon, makes sense. Blades, misses the Lele, blitz the Xerneas. Now you Dazzling Gleam, or you Geo. Yeah, Dazzle. Xerneas gets roared again. So passive from Adam and Zoroark. And now you just Leaf Blade the Groudon and you should just win. Yeah. Switching out the Lele allows you to set up your Psychic Terrain. This game was really well played really poorly played from Adam and Zoroark. I think that, there was just so many turns where he was like, I could do damage, and then roared. And so, here, the roar worked out, but, you just Moonblast, you just switch Lele out, like, whatever. Like, let's look at the amount. So, Adam and Zoroark has had a maximum of 14 moves in this game, right? Uh, 1, 2, 3 on Roar. And then 4 turns on Skydrop. So out of 7 turns, in the first 7 turns, Roar were 3, Skydrop were 4. So in the first 7 turns, half of Adamant. I think this is a win and in. Yeah, Pato's 5-2. Did Pato win game 1? Looks like he did. Yeah. So this is why Skydrop sucks, right? You're like, oh, I've Skydropped them. Now they can't attack. But then you waste both of your turns while wasting only one of your opponents. So in the first 7 turns, you get maximum 14 attacks. 7 out of the 14 turns of attacking that Adam and Zoroark used were devoted to using Roar and using Skydrop for no damage and no pressure. It just doesn't work. It only works if you get really good damage with the rest of your turns. But he didn't, right? He wasn't doing anything with the rest of his attacks. Okay, let's see if Junia is still in this game. And he was, and it's so easy to get. It's so easy to get like caught in the idea of Skydrop is a good move. That you forget the bit where you just aren't doing damage. Looks like we're going into Top Cut, boys. Of course, Dave wishes it was top 8. Ashton lost his last round, so it's not guaranteed that he gets a bye. This is a good cut. I like this cut. It's 15 players, so one person's gonna get a bye. Might be Jono, it might be Ashton. So who do you guys want to watch in Top Cut? Um, which team was the one you guys liked the most? Does Billa play, Dave? So 15. Who's no one interesting? Gavin plays Junio. Yeah, that's a good game. Boyd plays Max Dees. Nurumayu plays Nikyu Alex. That's interesting. We haven't seen either of those players before. I kind of want to watch that matchup. Because this is the first tournament of the format, I'm a lot more interested in seeing all the new teams than like watching the best games. Because the best games don't really matter to me. Like, no one really knows what they're doing. So I'd like to see, what everyone's trying out first and foremost. I'm going to go get another mug of water. I'll be right back. Oh, it's getting late out. Okay. Hello, friends. We're back. Let's see how the cut looks. Okay. So who do we want to watch? You're with the Sam Pandelis? Hey Sam, how you doing? So who do we want to watch in Top Cut? I'm interested in watching Nurumayu versus Niku Alex because I haven't seen them on stream yet. Kinugawa versus Alex is the Kinugawa versus Poke Alex is probably the best game that's going on right now. Maybe Pato versus Sasan would be cool. Oh, guys, sorry about this. My audio is probably going to be garbage. But Chuba's joining. Yo, Chupa. Okay, cool. Take your time. Tell me who you want to watch. I'm interested in watching Nurumayu versus Niku Alex because I don't think I've seen either of them. But if you want to watch someone else, so we'll just open this up. Ooh, this looks cool. Yeah, I want to watch Ninetales. Anyone else want to watch Ninetales? I'm gonna open up. I'm gonna open up Kinugawa versus Poke Alex just like on the side because that seems like the best set to me. Like if you want to watch good Pokemon, that's the set I would watch. As long as Alex doesn't throw it away like last time. Kinugawa doesn't seem to be on. Okay, he's on. Sup, Insinium? How you doing? Okay, so it's Tornogre, but there's a Solgaleo, but there's not a Solgaleo, there's a Duskmane. So where does the extra damage come from? Yes! Hello, sir. I've like decided to do the messed up audio thing because I'm not sure precisely how to do my audio settings. So if you could speak loudly, because You're gonna come through the speakers and then back through the microphone in a kind of garbage.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Good. I love being loud.
So I wanted to watch Nikyu Alex versus Nurumayu because I haven't seen them before.
Yeah, that's fair.
And Oishihari shrug. Nurumayu's running Ninetales, which I think is really cool on his Zernala team.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and Amoongus to also help with. So like, instead of the standard like Toxicroak Smeargle package, instead of the Toxicroak Smeargle package, they have Ninetales and Amoongus to help beat Kyogre.
I hate the sun when you can set the sun.
Yeah, right. Why do you need to eat the rain when you can just put the sun up? And that Incineroar switch in, works out really well. Tornus gets to stay alive for a turn, but Pulse 2 Zern doesn't care about anything anymore.
Yeah, I'm having a really hard time seeing Nikio come back from this game.
So the potential way to get back in here was to switch in Serena on turn 3. And go for the Smart Strike, but Dazzling Gleam would have KO'd the Kartana and done a bunch of damage to the Serena, and the game would have just probably been over anyway.
I don't think that would have been substantially different. I don't hate Nikki's position here. Like, he does have Magdanac on his side. We don't know what that last Pokemon at the back is, and there's no way it's not Ninetales here.
It could be Lunala.
It's like Triple Fire Week plus Ogre. It has to be Ninetales.
Yeah, I guess this is a game you bring Ninetales. Like, if you have Ninetales on the team, you should bring it to this. If you have Ninetales on the team, it's for a game like this. And so, if Ninetales is supposed to be on your team, then you should bring it to this game. Like, if I was on ladder and I was, like, not bringing Ninetales to these types of games, I would drop it from my team for something else. But he brought a Mungus when I wouldn't expect that to come to a game like this. And does get it in at a really opportune time. What? Does so much. I did 60 to Amoongus.
Yeah, dude, you haven't looked at Hydro Vortex Calcs very hard, have you?
No, that actually looks about par for the course, because helping, like, that actually does less damage than I'd expect. Because my understanding was that Helping Hand Hydro Vortex was like a roll to KO Amoongus, so maybe this isn't Max Modest Kyogre.
What next?
Incineroar back in. Incineroar back in, right?
Oh. What, you said Incin back in?
Yeah. On the, why don't you just, if you have Ninetales in the back, I want to double switch Xerneas out and Amoongus out.
See, I thought that would just be like Smart Strike, Zern, and Opals, because I think single target Opals gets the Amoongus from there.
Yeah, so if the Kyogre has Opals.
I think so.
If the Kyogre has Opals. I wanted Ninetales and Incineroar to come in.
Yeah.
Because then you get Sun Up, you take the Smart Strike, your Incineroar gets in, it doesn't die because it's Sun, Opals, and then you have, like, the tempo back on your side. But it looks like...
You had it done. That was a great time to put it.
Ooh, and... What?
What's going on?
I mean, I guess Lunala's in the back, and, Okay, so this is one thing that I really don't like about Showdown. I really hate this. Is that you can forfeit at any point in the game. I think that in this position, forfeiting should switch in one of your Pokemon randomly, and then make you lose the game. Because...
I kind of like that. I don't think it's such a bad thing, it's just that it doesn't mimic in-game, and that's the problem for me.
I don't think it's necessarily an issue, but the fact that it doesn't mimic in-game in the sense of, if I wanted to do this in-game, I would have to turn off my DS, and I feel like judges would probably get angry at me for that. Makes me feel like it's not that great of a system. In a real game, I would see that what the last Pokemon was and like why they forfeited. But in this, I don't get to see anything. we're showing up to a game where Coco is revealed as probably Assault Vest. And you're in game 2, right, Cheppa?
Yeah, I'll be in a moment. I'm sorting out something else that's very confusing.
Yes, I imagine it is. So Coco reveals as probably Assault Vest. Serena shows U-turn. So that means that something like knock into the Lunala and Water Z the Coco seems pretty safe, unless there's Ninetales in the back. The potential for Ninetales in the back really throws this game off, because you expect when you're fighting teams that don't have Groudon to always have, the power of weather. But here it doesn't look like you do. What's Water Spout base power? 150, and Z Water Spout base power is 200. So maybe you just go for Water Spout and Leaf Blade. That loses to Leaf Blade the Coco. That loses to Coco switching into Ninetales and Lunala going for Z onto the anything.
Oh, I still don't really think Ninetales came to this game.
You don't? What's in the back?
Okay, he can totally pass on Zerg for this matchup. Oh, good night.
Yep. Oh, what? Sash Coco? That's alright. I guess that's okay. I just don't know why you wouldn't run AV at that point. Like, is it Grass Knot?
I don't know.
This is very strange. But yeah, no, I don't really like Xerneas. I feel like you could go Coco Lunala, Ninetales, Incineroar. I think that would be fine.
I think what he was doing last game was fine. I think he probably should have won the last game.
Like, maybe, but a bunch of things happened that made it so they didn't. Okay, this could just be me.
I just don't know where Ninetales is.
This could just be me, right? But I don't understand what's going on in a lot of Moon Series games. I feel like Moon Series just kind of happens, and then I figure out who's won, like, subsequent. Like, I'm just not understanding the turns, it feels like. And I don't know why. Fake out, blocked by Queenly Majesty, so the Smart Strike's going to go into that Xerneas. Going to get some good chip, but I think Xerneas should be able to...
He didn't knock? Oh my god.
Yeah, right. He was supposed to knock. Well, if you knock there, you win.
It's not like you have Scarfolk or anything, though. If you had Scarfolk, of course, but he doesn't. Well, yeah, what?
The Incineroar is really fast.
I mean, card at -2.
That's
it's on the fast. It's AV card. It might, if it's not max speed, that's like not wild at all.
Yeah, okay. If it's AV, well, no, you want your AV card to outspeed Xerneas, but then it's 84 speed Incineroar. Okay, yeah, sure, that's fine. If card's max speed though, that's pretty wild. Like that's something I would not team build with in team builds. Keep in mind when team building. So basically, it felt like the person who wasn't supposed to win games 1 and 2 won games 1 and 2, right? That's not just me.
I don't really know if knockoffing was like perfect there. I still think it's kind of hard for him to kill the. Yeah, like, considering he doesn't do much damage, and if the Xerneas like goes for attack that turn, that's kind of bad for him.
Well, the thing that's key here is the relevant speed tiers. So if Kartana was faster than the Incineroar, and I think we know that Serena is faster than the Incineroar. If we know that Kartana's faster than the Incineroar, then I think Knock is like fine, because Knock into Smart Strike Power Whip wins the game.
You assume that you're losing your Kartana that turn to a Flare Blitz.
Yeah, which means that if like Smart Strike loses to Geomancy, Smart Strike loses to attack as well. Because
So
like
let's kind of dig in three.
if you go for Moonblast, yeah, okay.
Okay, that's a pretty clean switch into a move. Yes, I don't know exactly how Nick is going to be responding.
Yeah, I like the switch as opposed to the U-turn. I feel like, no, I think the U-turn would have been fine there, because he had the faster Incineroar, but like the extra chip doesn't really matter too much. So we're going into the Incineroar is strange.
Let's go for the Geo. Okay. Really hoping that's not a Goggles Necrozma, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. You could switch in Incineroar to cover for it, but yeah, there's just
like switch in Instant Protect.
Yeah, but it doesn't go for that. It just goes for the Dazzling Gleam. Dazzling Gleaming against Incineroars always feels really good because you get the clean 2-shot. Moonblast never does anything. Like, Moonblast does less damage than Dazzling Gleam to a full health Incineroar.
Yep.
So that Dazzling Gleam is really smart. And gonna get the 2-turn sleep on that Incineroar, winning the two-thirds chance, right? That was...
Oh no, dude, only one more turn of Fear Cream left? This is not looking good.
Yeah, so Necrozma's not... that Dazzling Gleam damage means Kartana's AV, so I don't think Nikyu can beat Double Protect here. Well, Necrozma could... No, the Kyogre has the Z. Yeah, how can Nikyu beat Double Protect here?
Does the Amoonguss protect, or does it... Oh, no, Sporing wouldn't make sense, so just spend a sleep turn. I guess it's also, like, not really that bad. I don't think it matters terribly.
It doesn't do much. I think protecting would have been fine. Not protecting is fine. Like, the reason I was thinking double protect is just like, you don't need to do anything. You know, you just double protect and the game's over. It preserves health on the Amoonguss for precisely this situation.
Letting Cart take that D-Gleam coming in, I don't think I can get behind that. I think we still would have been playing a game if Cart didn't take, like, all that damage for no good reason.
So I guess your idea is you wanted Necrozma to just tank the Gleam, tank the Sleep, and then just wake up turn 1. And if it doesn't wake up turn 1, you lose, but, like, sometimes you have to wake up turn 1.
Something along those lines, yeah. Necrozma's, like, pretty beefy. It can take a few hits from this turn. No idea what item it is. Well, that's the thing. Wait, if it eats a Sleep, then it's probably Berry, and it loves taking Xerneas hits.
Yeah, I think you run... It could be weakness policy still. I really don't know what you run on Duskmane Necrozma, because my understanding is that, at least in Sun Series, Duskmane Necrozma users eat paste. And I'm not a paste eater, so I have no clue what they run. And I just can't get inside the head.
Hold on. We're still playing a game here.
Are we? There's a Mon 4.
I still think we're playing a game, because Xerneas can't KO Kyogre, and Kyogre can KO Insa.
So you fake out the Necrozma, you Moonblast the Kyogre, you bring in your Ninetales.
Oh, okay, if he has Ninetales, that's not looking too hot.
What? What was that play? That was so bad.
Which play?
The switch in Ninetales and Gleam.
What's your beef with it?
There should have been a fake out the Necrozma and Moonblast the Kyogre is a lot safer. This position looks really bad.
He still has Instant in the back. I think Instant is winning this anyway.
Is Jamie playing Ashton next? Jamie is apparently playing Ashton next. You think Instant wins? Do you know if it's faster than the Kyogre in Tricker? Oh, your idea is that Kyogre has to burn Water Z here? Because
because this is Kyogre on a Tornadus team, it's very likely at least a little bit fast.
That's fair.
Unless Zero EVs or something.
Yeah. It should be faster.
It'll just go down to a Flare Blitz.
To a knockoff.
Like Oisy's play there.
Does knockoff do more than Flare Blitz?
I think so. Not in the sun.
Yeah. Because knockoff
So, like,
is 180, and
stronger.
then you divide it by 2, so it's 90. Okay. And Nurumayu given what?
What are these speed tiers, dog?
Oh no, man.
Slow as the
Z
fox.
Andre, that protecting Kyogre and Trick Room doesn't like get benefit. Doesn't, I guess you could go for Fake Out Gleam, but like Fake Out, I think faking out the Duskmane would have been fine there. But I guess, if your Ninetales is slower than their Kyogre, who cares? Oh, if it would have amused me if Alex had double crit there.
Yeah.
Or if Alex had crit the Xerneas there.
Oh, yeah, wait, crit on Xerneas would have killed there, I
would
think.
It have killed?
Yeah.
It does...
It's like plus 50% and then plus 100%.
Yeah, and then you protect, you get out of Trick Room, and then you get out of Sun, and then you kill the Incineroar. So that knockoff was actually really bad. It should have been a Flare Blitz coming out from Nurumayu. Would have been really, really unfortunate to get crit out of the game there. I would have been really amused. But yeah, I think I want to watch Boit versus Ashton. Wait, does all of top 8 start at the same time? Just tell people to start.
Yeah, wait.
I want to stream all of top 4, but just tell top 8 to start. Okay, so who is winning in Kinugawa versus Alex? Kinugawa won game 3. A couple of seconds ago, it seems.
Oh, darn. Are people reporting these themselves? Did I tell them to?
I don't know, dude.
Manage? Oh, I guess I'll see if I can do this.
Calvonix, do not say that in my chat. If you call Duskmane Necrozma NDM again, you will get timed out and then banned. Same goes for you, Chuppa. My stream, my rules. My stream, my rules, man.
I gotta get this glue out of my mouth and figure out how to advance people in the bracket, dude.
Sorry, you've been using too much Duskmane.
Participants.
Oh, Gavin won in top 16. Nice.
Against who did he play?
He played somebody. Junio. It was a 6-mon mirror match, if I recall correctly.
Oh, yeah, wait. I saw
Groudon,
that.
That's alright. You're allowed to call it DMN. But not NDM. It's a rule. It's a rule. It's important. Tommy, that's even worse. That gets you permabanned. Okay, so have you seen Boit's team yet?
No.
Ooh, you will enjoy this one. Oh no, Pikachu Vincent. Oh no. We might have to mute him.
We'll see.
Yeah, he's been like really cancerous in the Smogon doubles PS room.
I've heard negative things, but we don't need to discuss that here. We'll see if he does anything.
Of course. Yeah. You don't eat glue. Duskmane Necrozma users eat glue.
Wait, I don't... Is Kinugawa's PS name Kinugawa?
Yes.
Okay, so that's going to be a Smeargle Lunala lead into Lunala and Pheromosa for Ashton against Mr. Jellylegs.
Hold up. I'm just like dealing with Gavin and Kinugawa not being in the room. So yeah, what do you think about the Charge-a-Bug?
Interesting. I think it's a cool way to like give your Scarfoker just an immediate boost.
Okay, so the taunt from the Pheromosa, nice. Oh no, the Z went into the Smeargle. Oh boy. Boy.
They're like that play seems pretty safe, and now you just throw your Z move at Lunala and get that Smeargle out of there, and that just seems pretty low risk.
Pheromosa's Life Orb Throat Chop.
Uh-oh. Okay. Does Lunala eat one of those?
I have no idea. I assume it would. Shadow Shield's a really broken ability. But also you could just kill the Pheromosa.
Ooh. Huh. I thought that would get way closer to a kill.
Shadow Shield is really broken.
Okay, well, this looks pretty miserable for Jamie. I don't really know if there's anything to do.
Gleam Beam. You just gleam and you beam.
Don't think Ashton needs to do anything else aside from
Ashton doesn't have Gleam. To my best understanding, he doesn't have Gleam. Tailwind's up.
Oh wait, but could you just like go for Geomancy in front of that Pheromosa?
It has Taunt and
yeah, but he's faster here,
and that's all we know. I mean,
wait, no, Psychic Drain Psyshock is like really scary.
My feeling is that the Pheromosa doesn't have Protect, so I don't know. I kind of want to capitalize on something here. Yeah, I think that was fine. Like I wanted to get in the Smeargle so I could protect my Xerneas, like later. I might have just like hard switched into the Smeargle, but I think that going for Psyshock and switching in the Smeargle on the Xerneas slot was better. I like that.
Yeah. We don't know what Ashton's back was, but I think that was like probably a very, very secure win for him.
Yeah, that was a really good play.
Ashton didn't really have to do much playing Pokemon that game.
I want to watch Gavin and Kinugawa once this next set ends in the next 5 minutes. Once this set ends in the next 5 minutes.
Weird,
yeah. So, what can Boit do to not have what happened in Game 1 happen again? So what happened at the start of Game 1 was that Boit went for Taunt and Moongeist Beam.
He whiffed 2 moves in 1 turn.
He whiffed 2 moves in 1 turn, and Ashton set up Tailwind for free. That was bad, and the game was over. So I would not do that.
Also just like folds to offensive. Like if you get Tailwind up on that team, it's really unlikely that it's coming back.
Yes, Jamie does have Tailwind. I think he has Specs Kyogre. But like, I don't know how he stops opposing Tailwind. I think his Lele is Scarf, but I don't know how he beats Smeargle Lunala. Like, if you just follow me Tailwind, I don't think Jamie has an answer to that. I guess you lead Kyogre, and, okay, I was not expecting this. This game will be over shortly, one would hope. Yep, correctly reads that the Pheromosa doesn't have Protect. Oh, it's String Shot! It's String Shot, Jumba. I love it.
No, of course it's String Shot. That's just something you've run on the bug.
Yes.
I forgot to, but it's like, now that I think about it, I think that Mon is always running String Shot.
Oh yeah, no, String Shot's really good. The, I don't know what Ashton is saying. Like, I don't get the point. Bug's strong, apparently. It has done as much as Lunala has this game.
Squishy.
Okay, not anymore. Now Lunala's taken the knockout, and Smeargle got a second accuracy boost. It's so important. Follow me Z. Just wins.
Follow me and do what?
Z, the Kartana. Make it dead.
Is there anything that Kartana could switch into that'd be a problem for that?
No.
I'm only mentioning that because it is a free switch, and Charge Book gets to move this turn in case, like, a third of the time it gets to move. Oh,
you mean, like, what if... okay, yeah, no. I mean, like, it's Lunala. It's not even...
I was saying that it's like a free switch. Do you need to be worried about that?
Okay, I like the not protecting with Smeargle there. I like the not follow being with Smeargle there. It's Wild Charge! A bug! But yeah, like, what do you do? Cat. Okay, next game.
Yeah, there's an Incineroar in the back.
Moving over to something actually interesting. Which is Gavin versus Kinugawa. Scarf Rain Dance Feeny! No, it's Tricker.
He has died in one.
What?
I don't think... Xerneas died to the moon rays. I don't think we're playing a game here, but... He was going to live. It did not. There's nothing. It's Medicine Moonrays Maelstrom. Wait, what now?
Yeah, like, he burned the MMM but lost his Lunala for it. Right? Oh, wait, did he fake out? He faked out? Okay. He faked out and got Maelstrom. Yeah, he faked out and got Maelstrommed for his trouble. I guess it was like, I'll fake out, and then Xerneas just died. What do you think your odds on Ashton winning are?
Ashton winning the tournament?
Yeah. The winner of that game that we just saw wins the winner of this set. Faces the winner of this set. Okay, so...
See what the bracket looks like.
Good damage from Gavin. Double into the Incineroar switching is really strong from Gavin. Now Yveltal should just be able to beat the Lunala. Feeny does have rain boosted Muddy Waters. We don't know if it's faster than... It is slower than the Groudon. So, and Gavin does have the Snarl, so he's able to reduce the special damage. And yeah, that Yveltal's not going anywhere.
I don't think Kinugawa's going anywhere this game.
Going to game 2.
Could be wrong, but yeah, going to game 2. Without a game 1 win.
Yes. Yveltal might have Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch Lunala plus use an electric move on the Feeny seems really strong here.
Yveltal, its attack is halved. If this is like
Sucker KOs Lunala from this range. There's Dark Aura. Sucker will KO Lunala from this range. I am 100% certain. It did not KO Lunala from this range. I was 100% certain. Coco should tank though. It did not tank because not even with the we have a game. Do we have a game here?
What set is that, Coco? Like we saw anything?
We might have seen it earlier in the tournament. Don't think it's done anything this game. But here you should just Blades. Yveltal gets knocked out. Doesn't even Sucker Punch. Trying to cover for the Rain Dance. I think Gavin's Groudon is bulky enough that it can get through this. But this is a little bit spooky if you're Gavin. Groudon is... we don't know the speed tiers between Groudon and Lunala. We know that Feeny is slower than the Groudon. Goes for the Haze! If Lunala is slower...
No, I think...
What?
No. Dude, I think Don was eating that.
Well, I mean, Kinugawa did pull out a win. That Sucker Punch survived. I was 100% certain of that damage, but Kinugawa wasn't, and was able to pull out a very clean victory from that. Maybe the Sucker Punch was greedy. So if we go back to the turn, The Snarl did... The Snarl did 40% to break Shadow Shield. So, and then there was a special attack drop, but then there was a second special attack drop, so Snarl actually wouldn't have KO'd, it turns out. So I don't think there was a way for Gavin to get through that. I think he tried. I think he made like really solid plays, but the Lunala living on 1 was very surprising. Maybe you just like if Gavin had gone for Oblivion Wing there, would have won, because Groudon would have been able to do enough. But it's not worth thinking about that. It's worth thinking about what's going on in Game 2, which is that 2 Dark Pokemon are facing down a Lunala.
I think Matt is going to leave the field.
Yes.
Who has the faster insert?
Kinugawa.
So Kinugawa has the faster one. He could go for Fake Out and Yveltal and do something with Lunala. Probably not really. Oh, okay.
Wants to trick him up. Wants to... Oh, and Gavin's going to U-turn, predicting Lunala to switch out, but Kinugawa's team really relies on that Trick Room. So Kinugawa knows, I have to set up Trick Room. If I don't set up Trick Room, I can't really win my games. So says, you can't KO my Lunala if I Fake Out. Get my Trick Room up.
I don't think leaving it is so unreasonable. I forgot, because it's like Moonrace too, that the knockoff isn't going to do crazy damage. It'll have some health, enough to take a blitz.
Smart play from Gavin going into Tapu Koko. Doesn't want to have Groudon come in. Doesn't want to have Groudon come in to give Incineroar the Sun Boost. And here I expect to see something like Koko just switching back into Incineroar. Yveltal snarling.
Yeah, that sounds really reasonable. Yveltal could throw out an Oblivion Wing onto Incin, but it's probably better to just start loading up Luna damage with Snarl.
Yeah, Snarl also covers for the Kyogre switch-in, which is really scary here.
Once you get rid of the Lunala, you can probably just get a win with your Koko and friends.
Yeah, Koko, if you get out of Trick Room and the Trick Room setter is gone. Yeah, so now I never want to touch this Lunala. What? What?
Oh my gosh.
You guys just saw that, right? Thanks for the bits, Instagram. Oh yeah, we knew that was going to happen. What we didn't know was going to happen was that the Incineroar was eject button. I must have missed that in Game 1. So here, if there's Lele in the back, Kinugawa can just go for Water Spout. Switch in Lele to block the Fake Out. So if I'm Gavin, I might want to go for maybe... I want to switch in Groudon, but I don't know where, I am very much of the opinion, though, that Koko should win once Trick Room's over. Groudon comes in on the Yveltal slot. How do you feel about this?
It seems reasonable enough. What set is Kinugawa's Lele?
It's Ally Switch Safeguard. Thanks for the sub, Tommy. I really appreciate it. It's my first sub. The
Wait,
Twitch
John,
Prime.
Subs?
Yeah, I'm an associate.
Oh, what's your emote?
I don't think I have an associate, but I don't think I have an emote, but the emote will be Team John if I can get that approved by Twitch. I doubt I can.
Asking a lot.
I doubt I can, but I would like to. But yeah, no, it's Ally Switch Safeguard. We saw this against Dave in round 4 of Swiss. It safeguarded, and then it's faster than Smeargle, and then Ally switched to protect the Lunala. It was very, very interesting. But here, it looks like there is no Lele in the back from Kinugawa, and I just want to switch my Groudon back out, I think Koko coming in right here would be really great. Koko coming in does a lot because it preserves your Sun. Koko's in a good position to KO the Lunala. Once Trick Room ends, you can protect. and you don't have like this
I
type of
forgot about
position.
it.
But now I think you can just sack. So what do? So you sack Yveltal because Yveltal doesn't do anything anymore. So Incineroar goes into Yveltal.
I like sack Yveltal and what else?
You protect your Groudon, and then you get your Coco in.
Oh yeah, that sounds pretty foolproof.
On the Kyogre outside of Trick Room. You could just sack Incineroar. That's also pretty reasonable.
Joker went for instant.
Yeah, we had inklings of it being Iron Ball Kyogre, I think. But here, if this is like Specs, then Discharge Precipice Blade seems just really, really strong. Gets a little bit messed up by Feeny Sack, but Feeny using Muddy Water here is also pretty scary. So yeah, just Thunderbolting the Kyogre seems strong. Z, the Kyogre, also seems strong.
Good night. But if he had the Z move, that just seemed like the thing to go for there.
Yeah, Z moves are really good. I was operating under the assumption it was Specs Coco, but it is not. It is Z, and so you want to just Z the Kyogre.
Even if Kyogre protects, that still takes a ton of damage. Like you'd be doing protect and still go instant maybe. I don't really think the position ends up that much better for you.
Yeah. I think the way I think about it is one of the interesting things I've noticed about Z moves in this tournament is that it feels like they don't really do too much. It feels like a lot of the time they're running into protects. They like offer the extra reach though. It's like it feels like around half the time you run your Z moves into the protect, but that's often like good enough to get the chip you need to like reach that little extra more for the knockouts. Glad we have mod chat set up.
Xerneas in this tournament.
Xerneas is doing really well.
Xerneas.
Oh, Xerneas. I think the problem with Xerneas is that it requires a really hard setup. How you doing, Quentin?
I don't think it's like an especially good set, but I just wanted to see if anyone was using it.
So like it's possible they all lost, right? Oh, can you tell everyone to like not play top 4, by the way? Just in case.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the thing about Xerneas is that like if you set it up, you've won the game. Congratulations. If you set it up and get to keep your setup, you've won the game. But
no, I don't even think that's a hard rule.
It's pretty true. It blows things up.
Setter might still mess you up. Amoonguss is the big thing that's still going to bother you.
Yeah, like the one experience I had fighting against it was like Clef Xerneas, and I doubled into the Xerneas, and it survived on 1 HP on a roll, and then it finished its ZGO, and then my entire team died. Just like every single Pokemon died to Gleam, or like Helping Hand Gleam or whatever. It was crazy.
God, yeah, that does not sound good.
Yeah, Gavin going with the same lead as he did in Game 2, and potentially the same lead as he did in Game 1. In Game 1, Lunala Incineroar versus Incineroar Yveltal. So same 3 leads for all 3 games. Same leads for all 3 games, and I think that favors Gavin again.
Is Kinugawa going to try the same thing? I feel like he would.
I want to make the same play if I'm Gavin, so I don't think Kinugawa...
What? I think you could knock instead.
I like the U-turn. U-turn continues to... Oh, right, we're going to switch sides, so that way Gavin's on the bottom. Ooh, he went for Groudon this time. Interesting mix-up. I'm not sure I like it.
Actually, wait, no. Boosting the instance flare that's on Evel is a bit of a problem. Your Eveltal does still take the double up this turn.
Does it? Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. The instant is at -1. It's AV. The Lunala doesn't do all that much to it. I'm pretty sure, like, we know for a fact that it's going to take the double up.
Yeah, it probably takes the double up.
You might even be allowed to take a crit from one of the moves.
That I'm
Lunala
not sure
would
about.
probably not the incident.
But something like Kyogre Lele in the back seems really scary to me. So I think I want to switch my Groudon out back into Incineroar, but Gavin doesn't. Gonna go for Precipice Blades, kill the Incineroar, not activate the what's it called? What's it called?
Eject button.
Yes, eject button.
Puts in a lot to eval. I'm not sure if it's like too relevant at this point in the game, but that was a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Oh, cycling out of Kyogre here is painful.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about with like Groudon being in. Yveltal into Coco, interesting. Sacking the Coco. Feeny hazed its own special attack drop. Also interesting.
Like if he had the turret free, I respect that. So he knows there's not a Layla in the back. This makes sense. But it's Muddy Water time, or do you just Moon Blast the John and watch it die coming in?
You Moon Blast the Groudon, hope the Yveltal dies. You just... Interesting. Nice Precipice Blades. Hopefully it hits. Okay, that hits. And then you just... Groudon's faster than Kinugawa's entire team. So you
Groudon Yveltal will win if he's connecting moves.
Yes.
Okay.
If. Right. Like, that is a big if. Water Z here into the Protect of the Groudon would actually be really scary. And the crit, I think that mattered. Oh, no, there's no Water Z. Why was there no Water Z?
Is this Water Z?
It might not be. No, it's Zelda. It's Zelda.
Yeah.
Zelda. So, yeah, I want to... it's hard to know what you really want to go for here, but Snarl Precipice Blades, if you hit your Snarl and your Precipice Blades, if you hit the Snarl on the Feeny and the Precipice Blades on the Kyogre, you win. So that's an 82% chance to win. I don't think you get any better than that.
You really need to Snarl instead of just going for something like accurate on the Feeny? I don't know.
That's fair. I feel like Snarl might give you chances to win if you miss your blades. Because Kyogre is at like 27% and then at -1. Okay. Oh, and then you just Sucker Punch and Fire Punch until you win. Very strong play from Gavin to close this game out. Sucker Punch did 52% at -2, so we'll do 100% at -0. So you've locked the Lunala down, it can't attack, so you put the damage in with the other slot. Seems pretty safe. Strong play from Gavin. It's nice to see him doing well again. He had been, on a bit of a dry spell, winning-wise. Okay, so it's Ashton, Gavin. What's going on the other side of the bracket? So, John OTV. What's going on in his game? In game 2, he won. So it looks like it's going to game 3. It's turn 2 of game 3. You mind taking this one while I go to the bathroom? I've had a big mug of water.
Sure. Okay. So we have... I'm just checking who won game 1 here. Oh, no, this is game 3.
It's game 3.
Okay. So Pato has Groudon Xerneas out against Kyogre Necrozma. I'm not checking Twitch, guys, just know that. Okay, turn 2. What happened turn 1? Cycling out of this Kyogre is really difficult because Moongus comes in, but there goes your Incineroar. Takes that pretty comfortably. Who's going to come in here? Is it Groudon? Like, why would you really want to switch it Xerneas here? You switch in Groudon and then what, though? Yappa Moongus, it should barely be able to live a Photon. Get a Spore off. Hey, he's going Xerneas. I do not know what the game plan is. I don't. It's not like going Groudon was perfect either, but I feel like it got you further than Xerneas switch did there.
It's really impressive that Jono can get this far in the tournament while eating paste the entire time. Like, how do you do it? Like, how can you make plays when you're so busy eating paste?
Yo, calm down, John. The NDM players are gonna call a hit on you.
DMN, Chuppa. I don't joke around on this one.
Okay. Is that... Okay.
Looks like Scarfoger, right?
Yeah, Ranthor. Scarfoger, DMN, what way to do it? Okay.
Moonblast the Incineroar, right? And you should Precipice Blades? Well, that's actually kind of rough. Yeah, you have to... Okay.
Good night.
Tech Rage, strong.
Oh, that did nothing. What the heck?
That does... How much damage does that do?
I guess that's about what one should expect. It's just so funny to see like Groudon Tectonic Rage 190 BP does less than 20% to protect.
It would have done 80, right? It would have done like 60 to 80.
I think the damage numbers like make sense. It's just funny to see it do so little.
64 min and -1. Yeah, that makes sense. Like it should just like one shot Necrozma neutral, but like not by much.
What's he doing here? Can
losing?
Double attacks safely? No, I don't think this is over.
Necrozma should just trick him and win, right? No, you just
you can just double tap and stop it.
No, you just strike the Xerneas. Strike the Xerneas KOs.
Oh, and attack the Groudon.
And Lele attacks the Groudon.
Like the psychic move.
Yeah. Necrozma tanks Precipice Blades. And then you go Water Spout, Psychic Terrain, Psychic Move the Amoonguss. It's at 60%.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And I forgot that Lele outruns Groudon, so it's like, okay, you gotta kill the Lele to deny your Groudon dying.
Yeah. I don't think there's an out for Pato.
Oh, it's Ash too.
Yeah.
Super good night.
Yeah. No way for him to win that game. This team's actually kind of cool. I'm not sure if it's good. I think it has Water Z on the Ludicolo. And so the idea is with Ludicolo, Lurantis, and Kyogre, you actually somehow managed to... With Ludicolo, Lurantis, Kyogre, and Moonblast from your Lele, you cobble together a manageable Incineroar matchup. And like, if Necrozma doesn't have to deal with Incineroar, you've already won the game. Okay, so that was our third top 8. Last top 8 match is... Who's the last top 8 match? Oh, is Dave in top 4? Nice, go Dave.
Nice.
So Dave beat Billa, and then Nurunai. Okay, which top 4 match do we want to watch first?
We had Ashton like less recently, so let's do that.
Well, no, we haven't seen Dave at all. And like we saw all of Gavin and all of Ashton, so I want to start with Dave, I think. To give us some Nice. I love it when our opponents throw game 2. Ugh. Okay. So Ashen's running Zornala, Gavin's running Yveltal stuff. Does that matchup change significantly after the addition of Z moves? I think Gavin's team doesn't bring Coco to the matchup, so it should be precisely the same strength against the old team. So the question,
he brings Coco. What do you think he brings?
He might bring Coco. Oh, I guess you have to bring Coco to stop Smeargle. So I guess that does
I think
change.
Coco's like reasonably good. It's not amazing, but it's good.
Okay. So the question is whether the removal of specs and changing Coco to Z outweighs the if that prevent. I don't know which way the matchup swung originally. I imagine it was slightly in favor of the stack team. The question is whether
I'd say I'm pretty sure it favors stack a little bit.
The question is whether the Moonrays Maelstrom flips the matchup.
I think it probably improves it slightly.
I mean, it definitely improves it, right? Like when
yeah,
Lunala,
I just don't know if it gets it above 50.
The problem with Lunala is that it like never did enough damage. And that's what like everyone was trying to figure out how to like use Lunala in Sun Series. So like at the start, I used specs because Rajan suggested it, but it was like, oh, you know specs, and then you deal more damage, and then Nick, and then subsequently Ashton and Jeremy said, no, you use Shadow Plate to boost your Moongeist a little bit, and use Psych Up so that you can like really boost your damage when you need to. But now instead of doing 40%, Lunala does 80% or 100% of things with the Z move, so I think it gets like a ton better, and that might be enough to make the team like super broken.
Let me think. I was using the team. Lele is still quite bad for the team. I still really think that team just needs to make Crobat a better Pokemon.
Crobat sucks.
No, Crobat's awful.
Crobat's a terrible Pokemon. Crobat users... No, there's nothing just as funny. Crobat's just bad.
You saw that King K. Rool glue eating post, right?
I didn't. I think you should share it in my Twitch chat.
I will. What's your Twitch? Ezreal VGC?
Yeah.
I think Paul was the one to
I think I'm gonna give Ashton and Gavin like a defined break. Do you think that's okay? Like I say, okay, you have 30 minutes before you have to be back.
Are they asking for that?
I don't know.
I wouldn't mention that. I just
if they want it, they can ask for it. If they're watching, oh, I need to room D off.
There's the link in your Twitch chat.
Okay, we're showing it so everyone can see. So this better not be something up.
Oh no, I did.
That's what it's like when you fight Duskmane players at regionals. Ooh, if I use Duskmane, I'm gonna try and do that. That sounds hilarious.
Yeah, even if I took up Duskmane, I totally see it being an okay Pokemon, but live by the glue beam, die by the glue beam.
That's fair. Yo, Dave. Oh, they got their games going. Okay, cool. They already led. So it's Incineroar Lele versus Toxicroak Lunala. And the Lele is Sash, so I don't know what Dave does. This seems super minus.
Going out of like Croak into Incin is really easy.
But like, how do you beat the Lele? Okay, so Croak does go into Incin. Smart. Lunala protects.
You can beat the Lele kind of just by sponging it. Oh wow, protect the Lele.
Because I guess the idea is that Lele didn't do anything, especially if Incineroar comes in on the Toxicroak slot. So, and you U-turn to like cover for the. I don't know. This is kind of spooky. I think Lunala takes. I think Lunala eats the knock.
The picture, like relatively little cost is that's great.
The problem with having Toxicroak here is that Duskmane carries a Psychic move. It's actually a really big deal.
Just double U-turn. Attack off is.
Yeah, because knockoff wasn't gonna.
Enough to save the Necrozma.
Take the knockout. I think it is. Moonblast does go first.
I think it might be.
Kyogre's Scarf. Remember?
What?
Kyogre is Scarf.
Oh yes, it is.
So this is going to be really hard for Desu to come back out of. So here Kyogre just goes for Water Spout, and Necrozma should Photon Geyser the Lunala. I want my Lunala to switch out into Toxicroak. Yeah.
But even if like you let the Zern get into Geo up, when I say let it get into Geo up, I mean it survives with like 10 or 15 and gets to Geo.
Oh, it does? Huh.
Like it eat the spout, I mean.
Photon Geyser goes. It went into the Xerneas. Boo. Boo. But oh, and Cat's in the back. Yeah. So like if you kill the Kyogre, you win. So now if you just Z the Necrozma that did a little bit of chip, 30%. It's 200 base power. So you have to double. So if you double the power, you get the damage of. So if you Maelstrom through Protect, and then you just double that damage to get your Moongeist Beam damage, right?
Yeah. So a double up could kill the.
Double up, no, Necro. No. Double up can't because Necro goes first. Because Necro goes before the Toxicroak, I assume. It might not.
Oh. Okay.
No, Necro might be Berry is the thing. Is like the really scary thing.
Oh wait, no, Necro's probably not going before Croak at all because Croak is just like its base speed status 106. Necro's like 97.
That's fair. So then maybe you just I just really want to switch my Toxicroak out, but I feel like you need to. So like you want to not beam the Necrozma because if it's Berry, then you lose. But Psychic Terrain's almost running out. Psychic Terrain is almost running out.
What else is your Lunala going to do here?
That's the problem. So you can protect Lunala, switch in Incineroar. That works really well because you have Fake Out Live next turn.
I'm pretty sure Croak wants to go into Ints.
And I think I want to protect Lunala because then you have like... then you can start pressuring the Incineroar. You can pressure a bunch of things at once. If you go into Incineroar and protect your Lunala, if you get it in for free, you can knock the Necrozma, and then Toxicroak should just win the game. So there's the Photon Geyser into the Cat, yeah. U-turn into the Cat, fine. So here, you have Fake Out Live. Necrozma is at -1. I don't
think Ogre can kill Luna, and Luna can't kill Necrozma either.
I want to beam the Toxicroak switch. I want to beam the Incineroar switch in from Jono.
Switch, you think it is?
I want to Fake Out beam the Kyogre. Yeah, this is game 1.
You would get Incin just outside of Berry range, at which point...
Didn't Incin activate? Incin already activated Berry because of the crit.
Did it? Okay, yeah.
And that makes that crit a really big deal. And if you Fake Out the Kyogre, beam the Kyogre, he didn't Fake Out the Kyogre. That was a choice. That was most definitely a choice. But this, that burn is not going to be pleasant. Yeah, I really don't like that turn 6 play from Dave.
Down with it.
That turn 6 play from Dave was just so bad. Yeah, because if you fake out the Kyogre, like, what is... Oh, it's Citrus Berry. Interesting. So yeah, the turn 6 play really, like, ruffles my feathers, because Necrozma's not doing anything on turn 6. It can't really hit anything. So even if Kyogre's...
You can put damage on Lunala to get Lunala into Kyogre range.
That's fine, though, because...
That's the best it does.
That's fine, though, because if you put Incineroar into range, then next turn, like, if you fake out the Incineroar, Moongeist being the Incineroar would have been... I don't know. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it was very doable. And the way this played out, Dave lost really hard. So game 2, Dave leads the same thing. Jono leads the same thing. That's one of the problems I have with restricted formats, is that it's really hard to mix up your game plans.
Yeah, John, I'm gonna go grab a snack and feed my cats. I'll try and be back
for
the next set.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, Dave makes the same play turn... Dave went for the Moongeist Beam turn 1. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's just me. I'm all alone. All by myself. So I like this mix-up from Jono. I think that protecting Lele in game 1 was really bad. I'm not sure I like the Psychic here. I think Moonblast would have been fine, but Psychic is understandable. But like having protected meant that Dave could focus down the Lele and U-turn out his Incineroar at the same time, which meant that Dave was in a really good position. Now, Water Spout just... So Dave needs to protect... So Dave protects Lunala, switches into Toxicroak. Lele goes for Moonblast into the Lunala, and Water Spout from the Kyogre. Water Spout from the Kyogre... No, so you want a Psychic... The Incineroar... So you need to win a 50-50 on whether the Lunala protects here. If Lunala protects and you Moonblast it, you're fine. Well, I guess you just Moonblast because it's safe, right? No reason not to. Because now the Toxicroak's in. And what does Dave do? So now you need to win the 50-50 of, does Dave read the Moonblast into the Lunala or the Psychic into the Toxicroak? If Dave reads the Psychic into the Toxicroak, I think you're supposed to... Dave doesn't switch out his Lunala, is going to go for the Z move. Will it go into the Kyogre? I expect it to. Goes into the Lele instead. Wants to knock out the one threat to Toxicroak. Wants to knock out the first threat to Toxicroak. Not a bad choice. Not a bad choice. If this Crobat was a Pokemon that could do something, it would be really nice right here. Like, if this was a Tapu Fini, and I know you can't run Tapu Fini because you need the rain to really support it. If it was Tapu Fini, Dave would be in an unlosable position. Feel like there are a couple of other ways Dave could be in an unlosable position that aren't what's going on right now. 2 turns left of Psychic Terrain. So how do you get out of Psychic Terrain? I think Toxicroak wants to switch out into Incineroar and Lunala wants to protect. And that is precisely what Dave goes for, and Jono gets Trick Room up for that. But I don't know how he wins now. So Psychic Terrain's still up. Dave can go for Knockoff into the Necrozma. Switch Lunala into Xerneas. Xerneas doesn't really matter anymore. You could switch into Toxicroak, but I don't want to. He decides to just sack Lunala. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think when he U-turns the Kyogre switch in, that's very, very well played from Desu. But yeah, I think going Xerneas would have been fine, because, like, look, you would have still had Lunala in the back. And Xerneas also, like, isn't doing much. I'd rather have, like, 2 HP Lunala than a full health Xerneas at this point in the game. I think, because you're probably going to always have a fake out live, so Kyogre's not really a threat. And so I'd like to just have the extra reach on Necrozma. U-turn here again, trying to just KO the Kyogre. Xerneas probably just going to Moonblast. But he Geos. It's fine, because you get to go protect Xerneas and switch into Incineroar here. Which will mean that you can fake out the Incineroar and Moonblast it, if you wanted to. Basically, Necrozma is going to do 3 damage for the rest of the game. And so, Jono does decide to switch into Kyogre here. Going to mean that Incineroar does not do any more damage. But Jono resets his Necrozma's attack stat. So now it's at neutral instead of -3. And also, it's in a prime position to KO the Xerneas. So hopefully U-turn KOs this Kyogre. If it hadn't, that would have been fine. But this is coming down to the wire when it looked like Dave had a really clean victory. Hold up. So how'd that happen? So the Necrozma switched into Kyogre. Yeah, so I think... okay, we'll watch the rest of this game first. So it's Snarl, not Knockoff. That's doing no damage. And Toxicroak shouldn't be able to do enough. Yeah, it's my computer's fault. Sorry, Mr. GX. Yeah, you low kick the Incineroar. Photon Geyser is going to knock out that Toxicroak. And Dave lost. I think this comes down to the turn when Dave decided to sack his Lunala as opposed to switch into Xerneas. I think that Xerneas wasn't going to do that much, and that showed. And Jono manages to pull this out by... Okay, so how do you win? You can't. There's just too much damage. Okay. I think this was... I feel like this was a loss because Dave played poorly. And we'll try and isolate the turn. So I claim it's turn 5 and turn 6 and 7 that are the bad plays. So I think the Geomancy is really greedy. Okay, so turn 5. So on turn 5, Incineroar's live. Kyogre in the back has 40%. I feel like Snarl would have been fine. Dave goes for the U-turn, though. Dave goes for the U-turn, though. U-turn is fine, but so I guess Dave's idea is he doesn't want his Xerneas to get hit by a steel move on the switch in, and he protected Lunala on turn 4. So on this turn, Dave went for Geomancy, and I think that that's the real misplay. Because you don't need Geomancy to win this game. I think that the play here from Dave should either be to protect Xerneas. No, protecting Xerneas doesn't work. Does Moonblast turn 6 win? Yeah. Okay. Oh god, I'm sorry. I keep doing analysis when the game's happening. Okay, so... Ooh, someone's calling me. It's Chuppa. Hi, Chuppa. Dave lost. I don't think he played that great, but Jono played really well. Moon Series is really hard to understand, I've found.
Oh, yeah, no. Watching these games, I can tell that I, have a lot of learning to do.
Yeah, I feel, very much out of the loop. Smeargle gets an evasion boost. Gavin says, because it was an evasion boost. Or maybe he says, later.
Honestly, don't think, this being Sun would change that much from my understanding of it. A lot of these are positions where the Z moves aren't really changing.
Yeah, that's fair. It might just be that I'm out of practice. This is quite... It feels very different than a lot of... I don't know. I'm not seeing the lines, and that's very... Oh, he missed the gyro ball. That is unfortunate. Zern subs. That should just be game over, right?
Yeah, that's sure he's looking like it.
Boop.
Gavin still hasn't lost a Pokemon, but I don't really think that matters.
Just sub again, right? Oh, he Moonblasted. That's fine. Yeah. Protect, Thunderbolt, Para, full Para. Oh, Volt into Cat.
You gonna
okay,
get another
strong.
trick round?
No.
He gets to U-turn that slot.
Yeah. That was very smart from Ashton. Yeah, Gavin was confused by that as well. Switch into Yveltal, you fake out the Xerneas, you Moongeist you Z the Yveltal? I'm not sure I like that Z there.
Wait, does it matter at all?
Probably
it's
not?
It's just okay, do you want to save it for the Incin or
the Coco?
Because that's only...
This game's so over.
Oh yeah, it's really just the formalities at this point.
This game's so over. There might have been something if Gavin had switched Incineroar into Stakataka on turn 9. Because then he could go Protect, but no, you can never get Stack in. You just can't get it in. Because Incineroar always U-turns on it. Always U-turns on the instant switch in. Into Lunala. Right? Okay, yeah, game 2. Maybe Gavin should have gone for Rock Slide on turn... on turn 4. With the potential to flinch the Xerneas.
Oh, wait a second. I realize that Gavin's not even bringing his Groudon on. He's bringing, Yveltalus is 1 restricted to a Xerneas matchup.
I mean, that's alright. This matchup could have gone very differently if Gyro Ball had hit the Smeargle.
Which turn was that?
Turn 4. Like, the turn 1 evasion boost was pretty significant. Okay, why are you still playing? You're not doing any damage to the Xerneas. Wait, can he win? He just has to win this 50-50 and crit the Zern. He lost a 50-50. That's genuinely not that bad, right? Like, he brought it down to a 1 in 48, which is a lot less than I thought this game was. Like, 1 in 48 is a lot more reasonable than I thought for this game. Slightly more than a 1 in 48. He had to win the 50-50, could either crit or para, and then full para. Well, there's no 50-50 if... There's no 50-50 on that play. Coco protects, so... Unless Coco has to crit... Oh, Coco had to crit. So it is... But yeah, I think Yveltal beats Incineroar and Lunala. So, like, I think it might. No, it probably doesn't. So yeah, that might have just been over. But 1 in 48 is better than the odds I thought that Gavin would get to. So game 2, what do you want Gavin to do? He led the same thing. And the team move really didn't change much in that matchup, right? What's up?
Last time
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, my mic was in the wrong spot. I don't think the lead was the problem last time. Like, I'm fine with this.
Yeah.
Repeating that.
Is the Moonblast going into the Coco? No, it's just a sub from the Xerneas Strong. I want a Rock Slide. I think that's a bit greedy, but I want to do it. I want to Rock Slide and Volt the Xerneas. There's the Rock Slide. There's the Volt into the Smeargle. Good night, Dave. You did well.
I prefer the Volt on the Smeargle slot. Like, to...
Yeah.
I can totally see Ashton doing something really conservative, like the Protect Instant switch last turn.
Okay, so the Rock Slide goes out, doesn't break the Xerneas sub because the Incineroar switch in.
Oh my god, Coco's Volt does still break that, right? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
I was worried for a moment.
Which Incineroar is faster? Do we know?
I think Gavin's is pretty fast, so I'm guessing Ashton's is faster. Trick Room.
But Ashton's is also pretty fast.
Okay.
Because you always want to run like fast Incineroar when you... Fast Incineroar is for winning the Fake Out War, slow Incineroar is for beating Dustmane and for U-turning. And this team is a team that wants to win the Fake Out War. Where's the Flare Blitz going? Into the Smeargle slot! It's game 2. Sam. Okay. So Xerneas goes for sub here, and you fake out the Stakataka.
Yeah, is sub what you wanted to do? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. I like this Protect from Gavin, because normally I think it would be, normally I don't like those kind of plays, but Gavin needs every point of HP that he can get on his Stakataka.
I disagree. I'm not really sure if it matters.
Optimality is optimality. There was 0% chance the Fake Out went on to knock the Stakataka there. So you go into Yveltal here.
Yeah,
you snarl.
This is pretty good time for Yveltal. What's that? That Incid has not taken damage yet.
Because it dodged a Rock Slide. Yeah, this is the problem I always have with Stakataka. It feels like it misses the damage on everything.
I'm really interested in Roxy Stacka. That's a super interesting set.
Z Stone Edge, if your max attack, Z Stone Edge one shot Scarf Kyogre. And
wait, but you don't need very much attack to KO Instant at -1, right?
I assume not. I'm not sure what with. Jarble into the Xerneas Snarl. Now you just fake out the Yveltal? Question mark?
I think Gavin was probably supposed to just fish for like a rock slide crit on the instant coming in.
Possibly. I didn't have Incineroar coming in.
I think that was the only thing he had left to do at that point.
So here... No, there's game to be played. There's still game to be played. He's in a fine position now. Because he sacked the Coco.
Okay, Zern has Protect active. Lunala is in good shape.
Lunala's at full. But Gyroball KOs Zern from here. So you can Rock Slide. Gavin goes for the Gyroball. And you Snarl. No, it's not a roll if you're Stone Edge.
And you would be Stone Edge for Rockia.
Yes.
Rock Slide is not an amazing move or anything.
Here you should double with Oblivion Wing on the Xerneas. Xerneas goes for the double Protect. Huh.
I don't know what I'm talking about. That was secure enough. It was just, okay, get the double Protector down.
Yep. I think so I think the big problem there...
Slowly.
The big problem there was that Ashton faked out the Yveltal because he was like, oh, I don't want to take the Snarl, but Stakataka still did the damage.
What turn did he fake out Evel?
On turn 8.
I don't care if Snarl goes through my thing. I'm still a Xerneas. I don't agree with that turn 8 play at all.
Oh, the Sucker Punch picked up the knockout. The crit did not matter. But that Flare Blitz is doing a lot. Oblivion Wing misses the knockout.
Oh no!
Activates the berry. Flare Blitz doesn't hit the knockout. Doesn't get the burn. If Oblivion Wing doesn't take this knockout, and it won't, then Ashton should win anyway. Wow. Huh.
Damn. What are they talking about? Preemptive GGs.
Preemptive GGs. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Taka got
Yeah,
cooked.
I can see where Gavin's coming from. I don't know if Gavin wants to do anything about it, but preemptive GGs do kind of suck. But I don't know. You have to win your game, you know.
No, there's nothing to say here.
Finals whenever. Gavin said he assumed Ashton was forfeiting and so didn't think about his plays anymore. And so the thing about preemptive GGs is that you're saying GG because you think you've lost. And you're oh, I'm out of this game. I'm just gonna, haha, I'm just gonna press buttons. And so I don't think the preemptive GG is a strategy. Right? And I think it's on players. And I think it's on players to not be affected by what their opponent says. There are certain things that are of course beyond the pale and judges should be called for. But saying GG before the game is over is not something that can reasonably be um, like punishable by judges. And so I think that, as a player, it's your responsibility to maintain focused when you don't think the game is over.
Okay, I'm just gonna grab like a quick drink.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. I'm gonna eat a piece of chocolate. Macadamia nuts. We have the last one as well. Ashton Z'd the stack attack. Gavin didn't protect because he zoned out of the game. Because Ashton said GG. Stack Attacker got one shot. Yveltal failed to solo because Gavin snarled into a protect. And Oblivion Wing didn't do enough of the damage trades. It's not baiting. That's on Gavin. My opponent preemptive GG's me. If I think the game's not over, I keep playing. Like, Ashton thought the game was over. He said GG. Because, he thought the game was functionally over. Kept clicking buttons because, why not? Yeah. Nothing happened.
Honestly, I really don't think there's very much to say about the preemptive GG thing.
And I'm talking about it because Hibiki got really angry with me after I preemptive GG'd in top 8 of Sheffield.
Who did?
I did.
Oh.
I preemptive it was what? It was like Lando Cresselia versus Ensign Coco Cresselia Salamence. And I just clicked Rock Slide and Icy Wind for a few more turns. I zoned myself out of the game. I was like, haha, it's over. Boop, boop, boop. And then eventually I forfeited. He's like, it's not okay, guys. It's not acceptable. When you say GG and shake someone's hands, you have to forfeit. And I was like, oh god, just shut up. It's dirty if it's a strategy. I get it. It's kind of gross if it's a strategy, but I don't know, man. I'm zoning out. I zoned out of my game. I'm just pressing buttons.
If I think I could actually cheese out a game by doing the GG thing, if my opponent is going to let that happen, and I think that I'm confident, I'll do it to them. That's on them.
Yeah.
They should not let that happen.
Yeah, my only out was four 8-turn freezes, and I still lost, I'm pretty sure. So, like, there was no way I could win. And yeah, if you can early GG someone, it's distressing, but you should keep your head in the game. Pokemon is like 100% mental. And the game I've best heard Pokemon compared to is poker. That's like the that's the best analogy I've heard. It makes a bit less sense the more I've seen of poker. But, in poker, you just don't say it's a mental game. You're looking at your opponent, you're thinking about what your opponent's thinking. If anyone can tell me in the chat, honestly, they've never looked at their opponent and like had small thoughts about what they could be doing based on the way they were like looking and like looked like they were thinking about the game, I'd be very impressed at your ability to ignore people.
Like, if you've never tried doing that, you're not optimizing.
Yeah. And so, the games have started. I really hate that they don't announce that in the chat. It would be great if someone would tell me, oh, hey, it's like turn 7, and the game's over.
What the hell?
I know, right?
Damn it. I mean, like, this is kind of on us, but...
Like a little bit, but it's frustrating.
If I say, okay, take a break, and Ashton's like, okay, I'm going to go get a drink, and then there's just no signal that it... I don't know what to say. I'm kind of annoyed.
Yeah, it's frustrating. So we'll watch the game from the beginning, like, real quick. Lele, Ensign. Sash Lele is really good. Same leads as against Dave. Ashton goes Crobat because Dave lost with Lunala. With Lunala lead. Tailwind goes up. U-turn trades. That's why you need Poker Face, yeah. Kyogre comes in for free. The back two are going to be Super Fang misses.
Super Fang whiffs.
Scald, KO's Cat.
Gosh, those were both. Well, I guess the first one was just like activating the berry, but the
second Super Fang misses.
The first wasn't.
The first was pretty important because you can it makes Z KO the Necrozma. Well, Z already KO'd the Necrozma, I guess. Trickum goes up. Z KO's the Kyogre. Z does 50 to the cat. Yeah, okay. Next game. It would have been really nice to have... Oh, hey, it's already turn 2. So, Lunala Smeargle, Double Protect, Taunt, Snarl. And Ashton gets the special defense boost. I think Jono's just going to win. Snarl and Sinnoh are so good against that team. Yo, Chopa. You there?
Yeah, sorry. I was in bad position.
So,
yeah, no, Snarl is really tough for the Ashton team.
If you just, that's part of why Gavin was bringing Lunala, right? Yveltal, right? You just, click Snarl, and then suddenly the two Pokemon that deal damage don't deal damage anymore. And also it does a bunch of damage to the Lunala. I really like the Snarl adaptation for Incineroar in the new In Moon. Because what made Knockoff good was that every Pokemon had an item, and it was still only okay. So I really like this. That Flare Blitz was interesting.
Okay, so Ashton does get that turn very right.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jono had to go for the taunt there. I think that Lovely Kiss is just way too threatening. And right. Ashton, correctly identified that Lele should take some damage. For taunting, and I think that Ashton played that really well. The problem with Ashton's team in this matchup is that it needs fake outs to survive, and there's a Lele and a Scarf Kyogre.
There's 3 fake outs and 3 fake outs on your team, and you'd be lucky to get 1 fake out off the whole game.
You can get a few off. Dave got a chance to get 2 or 3 off, but. Is real. Ooh, that Tailwind was really nice. That Tailwind might make it so that Ashton wins. He has to hit a Lovely Kiss.
Yeah. Dude, Smeargle is super duper in business now.
Spadef boost is really good. I want to Smeargle is faster than Kyogre. I
So
want
like,
to.
Can protect to just whiff a turn of Tailwind.
I want to Moongeist Beam the Lele and sleep the Kyogre.
Oh, hold up. So, because the Smeargle isn't wide guard, if Jono could do something to, like, preserve the Kyogre, like, not let it go to sleep, and the Lele for Psychic Drain, I think he could totally go for, like, a Water Spout sweep later in the game.
Okay, so Ashton does go for the play I suggested, but Jono correctly brings in Incineroar. So here, the problem is that the Z is going into the Kyogre. I think.
Just, like, let Lele eat that?
And.
Shock,
yeah.
honestly.
Oh, you can Psyshock. I guess that's fine.
Thanks, eating is. Oh, God, Psyshock does so much.
And Kyogre wakes up, goes for the Scald, gonna almost knock out the Lunala. The Flare Blitz burn does so much damage.
Oh, wait, an instant got to spend a sleep turn there. That's pretty concerning.
Smeargle is evasion boosting, though, and it's accuracy boosted.
The Smeargle's ready to do dirty.
Yeah, so I like the Z from Ashton. You know, like, it's your last turn of hanging around. You might as well Z.
Yep.
I think I would have preferred to see a Spiky Shield come out from the Smeargle, but I respect not going for it, and because he has a chance to go for it on turn 7 if Kyogre was preserved. And Smeargle does not get a speed boost, but still has a bunch of evasion. Lele is going to come in, but and Lele is faster than the Xerneas if it's timid, and I would want my Lele to be timid.
Yeah, it has to be timid.
Yeah.
There's no good reason not to be.
Ashton's still running Knock, right? Yeah, he knocked against Gavin. So the question is, can Incineroar solo the rest of the Pokemon? And I really like that play from Ashton. He says, look, you're taunting my Smeargle, and if you don't, you're going to lose. And Jono doesn't taunt the Smeargle. And so here I want to see Smeargle... is Incineroar asleep in the back? No, it's awake. So I want to see Smeargle go for Spiky. Yeah, I want to see Smeargle Spiky here. Incin U-turns. Goes into Xerneas. And then you get the sleep next turn as well. So yeah, Spiky comes out. Strong U-turn. That crit is really nice because I think it puts in... What? A third first turn Wake? Well, that happens. So not sure I like that switch. I would have liked to see Xerneas just go for the Moonblast there. Just take out the Incineroar. I think Xerneas takes a -1 Sunsteel Strike. Because based on the damage it did to Dave's, right?
It should totally take that -1.
And so I would have liked to see Ashton just prevent this precise play from happening. Necrozma gets to switch out. Oh, but the sub. Shouts to Case Victory for suggesting sub when we all got shouted him down because Xerneas needs Dazzling Gleam. Turns out sub's really good. Turns out sub is definitely viable. Here you should just Moonblast and Flare Blitz, right? I think that just wins. Moonblast the Lele. Nice crit.
Oh yeah, because the Zern outruns this particular Lele.
In Trickery. So Flare Blitz doesn't KO this Necrozma all the time. And Necrozma's at neutral. So I think that this is really scary for Ashton.
Argument that went on in chat.
What?
the stupid argument that went on in main chat of the Zelda room.
Oh, he got the knock on the Lele. Yeah, that was correct, I think. I think it was always correct to hit the Lele there. Because the only punish is Sunsteel Strike into the... Well, Sunsteel Strike into the... Incineroar is like a not small punish, because maybe it's in Moonblast range.
Yeah, it's very hard Moonblast.
I really don't...
Technical melee there.
I think it always works. I think it always works. Game 3. Okay. What do we want to see? So, what did he... Ashton went for Smeargle Lunala here.
We're against Lunala Smeargle, alright.
So, the problem with Jono's game plan in Game 2 was that he didn't snarl when he Flare Blitzed the Lunala. I guess he was Flare Blitzing predicting a Toxicroak switch in. But Ashton really was never going to bring Toxicroak if he brought Smeargle, I don't think.
Growing into this is pretty hard.
What?
You just have to, solve Ogre the hard way.
Yeah, but I think that's, your best out. So here, for instance, Ogre's like, oh, I'm an Ogre, but if Smeargle goes for Protect and Lunala Z's the Kyogre, it's gone.
Wait, Kyogre doesn't go down to 1.
Does it go down? Does it not go down to Maelstrom?
I think it's a roll in Ogre's favor.
It's a roll in what's favor?
Ogre's favor. Actually, wait, I'm quite sure that it's a roll in Ogre's favor. Because Spell Tag Moongeist doesn't actually, do that much to Ogre. It does a little bit below half.
Okay,
generally.
follow me from the Smeargle Water Spout. Gonna do a bunch to that Lunala. Lunala sets up the tailwind. Xerneas. So now you have the potential double up on the Kyogre. Which gets punished by Psyshock, also gets punished by Incineroar Switch-In. Incineroar Switch-In gets punished by double up into the Lele. Incineroar Switch-In Protect gets punished by Geomancy.
I think that Lunala is going down to Fairy Aura Moonblast from here. Not close, but I think it does. If your Lunala goes down, well, you still have an Incin for NDM, but obviously it gets
DMN.
a bit harder.
Say DMN, Chopa.
Sorry.
Okay, no, so...
I'm pretty sure I want to see move the Kyogre Geomancy, and this is the play that's happening? Yeah, okay. Just know that I said that, a split second before the play actually happened. I'm not...
Oh, because Kyogre's water spouting, so you want to Z it. I don't like that Z move, actually. I think Psyshock would have been fine.
What if, Duskmane is coming in, though?
Duskmane's never coming in.
Yeah, you're right. No, he's not throwing away Duskmane to that. I think Steve move does just a little bit more than Psyshock, though.
It does. It does put a little bit more. It does a little bit more, but I think you just say, oh, if you go for Psyshock on my Xerneas, which is not an unreasonable play for Jono to make, I don't think. Then you get to preserve your Z move for slightly later in the game. Yeah, so there's the sub. And the knockoff goes into the Lele. I think you just ignore the Kyogre from here. Incineroar outspeeds the Lele, so you can just go for something like Moonblast this Incineroar and knock this Incineroar. Oh, the crit! That's massive! Maybe. Is it massive? I mean, it's... I mean, it's definitely massive, right? I'm not sure it changes anything, but it's massive.
Actually, wait, no. So if Incin comes in there, he gets to stagger his switch-ins. He gets to go
Yeah.
That was absolutely a massive crit.
It was a massive crit, but also, isn't it a roll? It should be a roll. Unless Jono is AV Cat.
Oh, yeah, wait, because this is silly bonus earlier. So
Yeah.
it's like a 50-50 roll.
Protect, Lele protects, knockoff goes into the Lele, Sunsteel into the Instant to try and put it into Moonblast range. That looks like it's in Moonblast range. That did...
this is
special attack drop. Special attack drop on the top of Lele would be enough to seal it for Ashton, but doesn't come. Yeah, I think special attack drop would have won the game for Ashton.
Probably.
But,
kind of close.
That's it.
Interesting core. That's Jono. He has one win, right? Like he won the summer one.
I think he did win one.
Coco won.
I'm sure he won one. It was the one with Rotom Heat, right? I think he beat Zine. Okay, Insinium VGC. That's like definitely.
I told him he could post it.
He can, but it's in poor taste right the second the final ends.
I get what you mean. It is whatever. Worse things have been said in chat.
Yeah. Okay. Stream's done. Thanks everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. I don't think I think I need dinner. I think I'm tired. I think everyone's a little bit tired. Peace out, friends.